and the minister and his team.
Chairperson?
Yes, Young.
No, they were not invited.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks, honorable members. Let's start with the meeting. The meeting is officially open, and let me welcome the colleagues, all the chairpersons of standing committees, chairperson of the standing committee, appropriation, standing committee, public accounts, standing committee, auditor general, and portfolio committee on public enterprise. Welcome, Minister of Finance, Kotongwan, and your team there at Treasury. And welcome the support teams from Parliament, from various divisions, and all who are in attendance. Let's move to apologies. Secretaries, are there apologies from different standing committees and the portfolio committee?
Chair.
Yes.
Guys.
Yes, Comrade Guys.
There's an iPhone there which is not renamed. May we ask that it be removed or be renamed?
Okay. Host, can you attend to that iPhone? Thanks, Comrade Kaisu. Okay. Okay, so let's proceed, honorable members, to item 3. We have invited the minister to this meeting for a briefing necessitated by the letter issued by the minister on the 31st of March 2023 to the Eskom board chairperson, granting exemptions from section 55, subsection 2B of the PFMA, and approval to depart from National Treasury regulations, instructions, and conditions. The exemption was gazetted also on the 31st of March 2023 to give effect to the minister's decision. The matter has generated lots of public interest given the state of Eskom and the SOEs in general. As public representatives, we have a duty to attend to issues raised by the public as they are taxpayers and electorates. Be that as it may, we also have a duty as a parliament to play oversight on the national government, that's the executive. You have to go on the responsibilities or the authority of national parliament, and in this regard, the authority of the National Assembly. Section 55 outlines our oversight role on the government, that's the executive and the entities. So that's where we are, and that's the reason why we have to invite you to this urgent meeting while we are preparing for the Easter weekend. So, Minister, there you are. We'll want to get the rationale as to why did you arrive at the decision to give exemption to the Eskom board on the letter that you have written to them, accompanied by the Gazette. So after the minister will have given us the briefing, we'll have deliberations. Over to you, Honorable Minister, Comrade Kotongwan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members. Let me preface this thing by saying in the 23-24 budget, we have made provision for a bailout of Eskom of about 254 billion over the medium term, which suggests that Eskom is a major risk from our side. And it is our intention to mitigate whatever risk that may arise, which may complicate the problem. That's the starting point. That's the intention. What then happened was that Eskom applied for this exemption. By the way, the previous year, Transnet did a similar exercise. And we granted that because some of the challenges Transnet faced were not necessarily this current management could handle, which dealt to, for instance, with the locomotives bought from China. So they were becoming a constraint for the current management to have proper financial statement for them to be able to raise capital. When Eskom applied, we have to ask ourselves the question. We have to ask ourselves the question. If Eskom's financial statements are being constrained by these irregularities, what are the implications for Eskom's cost of capital? If they cannot raise that capital, what are the implications for the fiscus? So we look at it from a fiscal sustainability eye. We then said we should grant Eskom the exemption from reporting these what are called material losses due to criminal conduct, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteless expenditure, from disclosing those in the annual financial statement. But those should be disclosed in the broader annual report. In other words, we're not hiding them. So that's greatly the trust and our perspective. And deliberate, so we wanted to make sure that we even set conditions, among those conditions for Eskom to report quarterly on what actions are they taking in that regard. But correctly, as the public has taken an interest in this matter precisely because of the history of corruption, we appreciate that South Africans are quite aggressive and vigilant against corruption, which is going to be an important point for our society. We take that as a positive step. We also take it as a positive step because part of the challenge we face with the grey listing is the effectiveness, our ability to deal with corruption. The regulatory framework has been crossed. So we appreciate that approach. So the intention really is to allow Eskom to have better financial statement, but at the same time create an environment where there's transparency on corruption and irregular expenditure and all of those things. So there are two platforms created in that proposal, in that exemption. So the intention is not to hide anything in that regard. So if our chairperson then, we have had this comments and everything, and yesterday I had we had an intensive discussion with the AG. In that discussion, there were some comments by the AG which have got to be part of the framing of the Gazette. And then in the light of those comments, and generally the comments by the public, we've decided to withdraw the Gazette for now and take all these comments into account and also have a detailed consultation with the Auditor General and the auditors of Deloitte and Lodge, the auditors of Eskom, so that the framing must be proper. Checks and balances for corruption are tightened. That's really the intention, but we'll welcome the comments by the honorable members. Should the committee want a detailed presentation, the technical team is here to deal even with the technical aspect which relates to the accounting principles. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Minister, for the briefing. I will invite honorable members to ask clarity-seeking questions or make comments. Let me open the platform here. I see Honorable Becky Khadebe with an H.
Thank you, Chair. Should I go?
Yeah, go on when I'm identifying the other members.
All right. No, thank you, Chair. And please bear with me. I've got network challenges, so I won't be able to switch on my video. But this is the proof of life. Thank you. Let me welcome first and foremost this platform to engage on this much talked about matter, which is very sensitive in nature in terms of the public discourse out there, Chair. And say, first and foremost, we are the creatures of statutes. And the Constitution in this regard is the supreme law of our country. Any provision in our legislation that is in conflict with the Constitution will always prevail. And Constitution in this regard will forever remain our gospel. So why I'm raising this in terms of section section 216, subsection 1 of the Constitution, it is clear and stipulated that national legislation must be established, a national treasury, and prescribe measures to ensure that there is both transparency and expenditure controls in each sphere of government, which the uniform expenditure classification, second and foremost important, uniform treasury norms and standards across all spheres of government and public entity, as well as section 172 of the Constitution, which state that any organ of state or any institution contracting goods and services, it must do so in accordance with system which is fair, equitable, and transparent, cost effective. So, Chair, this is the premise of my engagement. In everything we do when dealing with public affairs, these matters, Chair, ought to be taken into consideration. We are mindful and respect separation of powers, and we're well aware that the executive authority of this country is vested within the cabinet. However, we are given key and important role as National Assembly, that of oversight and accountability. We all know that cabinet, both collectively and individually, is accountable to Parliament, not only on the exercise of their function, but the powers that they possess. So having, Chair, scrutinized, read, and now listened to the short presentation by the Minister, Chair, we welcome, first and foremost, let me state this up front, that sanity has prevailed and the Minister has considered withdrawing the exemption. But I wanted to say initially that it was our considered view that the request and the subsequent decision for exemption was irrational and unjustifiable given the current state of Eskom. And these are the following bases of my decision and firm considered view that such a decision was irrational and unjustifiable. Eskom has obtained, Chair, qualified audit opinion for the past 5 years And these qualifications were mainly on irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as other material findings on the compliance with legislation. It is also important to note that these irregular expenditure, Chair, remain the basis of e-qualification for the past 5 years to date, which is from 2017, 2018 to date. And these were increasing instead of decreasing, which is also a worrying factor, that these regular expenditures, instead of them decreasing, they were increasing. Now, when Eskom attempted to receive qualified audit opinion, what it then implies was that all the aforementioned particulars would no longer be subjected to full statutory audit. Despite the fact that when you look into the closing balance for the past 5 years, you would realize that indeed this amount were increasing. When we look into the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the past 5 years, they were ranging from 8 million to date. We're talking about 4.9 billion irregular expenditure. So to us, it is indeed a good initiative and a good move from the minister's side this morning that they seek to withdraw such. We don't know till when. The question that remains key and paramount, they are withdrawing this on the basis of the public outcry or on the basis of what the minister has alluded to, that further consultation and taking into consideration issues that have raised by the Auditor General into account. They also need to take the views of other stakeholders, key relevant stakeholders into account. Consultation ought to be conducted with all those that are charged with the responsibilities of playing oversight, so that we understand the rationale behind all the relevant standing committees, all the relevant portfolio committees that are affected with this ought to be consulted and reasons given. We also, Chair, feel strongly that even Eskom must be afforded an opportunity to explain the rationale for requesting this deviation, Chair. Because when we have read all the correspondences, there is no mention of dealing with the challenges confronting Eskom at this current juncture. There is no mention how will this help Eskom to deal with an inadequate systems of control, inadequate completeness of transgression in terms of supply chain, lack of supporting document for the past 5 years. And will this exemption in the 3-year period assist Eskom in dealing with those? If we can get answers into the rationale, whether or not what they sought to achieve will eradicate these issues, then we'll be in a better position to perhaps arrive at a different conclusion. But at this current juncture, we are firmly of the view that we could not justify and we could not racially explain to a layman on the street why would such a decision be taken, and we are vehemently opposed, and we are not implying that we are dictating to what the minister ought to do, till such time that all these matters are taken into consideration and a thorough explanation is given. Eskom at this current juncture should be preoccupied by putting measures in place to deal with inadequate systems control, and they must be able to timelessly detect and record all irregular expenditure, not hide them. They must be preoccupied with inadequate controls to ensure completeness of assessment of expenditure linked with transgression of supply chain, not hide it. They must be preoccupied with ensuring that they will be disclosing the full extent of irregular expenditure. Chair, all these amounts that I've highlighted earlier on, the audit opinion says that if that amount, it's not the full disclosure. So we are sitting with the entity that wants now to remove this from the annual financial statement, yet they are unable to disclose everything. even if that can be disclosed in an annual report, and they will give report in terms of progress made in dealing with criminal cases and consequence management. You cannot manage that which you cannot measure. If we are unable to measure the extent of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, how do we then find comfort that the steps taken to deal with those are adequate? Because we would be deprived of the nitty-gritties, nuts and bolts, and the detailed irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. All would be given and privy to will be the steps taken to deal with such. So without going any further, because we are crippled now by the fact that this has been withdrawn, but we want consultation to be done, thorough and rational reasoning be furnished to us, and the public be taken into confidence as to why we are intending taking this decision. Prior taking such a decision, public ought to be taken into confidence into the steps taken. The nature of Eskom currently does not warrant this. The timing is wrong. It seeks to suggest that we are hell-bent to hide and protect those that are corrupt, and people will be justified to arrive at that particular decision. Information is key, and information is power. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Bungan. Honorable Somyo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to colleagues, the ministry in this instance. Well, the minister has stated his intention. In fact, his actions on the withdrawal of the notice, something which I dearly appreciate, Minister, knowing very well that as a custodian of such regulations, as empowered by the same Act, you have that kind of a responsibility to look into these instances. My main worry, which would have been highlighted somewhat strongly if that was not the case in terms of your stated action currently, would have been informed by the fact that they should not be arbitrarily effect of such a kind of actions by the ministry, which would fly closer into the angle of negating full accountability for actions by entities or any accountable authority in as far as government entities are concerned. It is within your purview to deal with such matters. Indeed, though it should be fully well stated in terms of such actions taken, what were the informing positions around such. The Act stipulates such, even indicating on the requirement to inform the Auditor General on such a decision if that has been taken. It's the same section 79 of BFMA, which deals with such departures from Treasury regulations, instructions, conditions, where it is stated quite clearly that there should be good grounds to approve such departures from Treasury regulations or instructions. And in this instance, the notice does not necessarily carry for us such an indication, something which I think need to stipulate such technical grounds which have informed the minister's decision around those matters. I'm saying so because it is the same ministry which has issued instruction note number 4 of 2022-2023, where the ministry has ensured that comes to effect on the 3rd of January 2023. And that coincides with the time when there's been withdrawal and some exemptions in as far as Eskom's application is concerned, because there's a stated and firm note of such an instance, which deals with matters of irregular expenditure, which have to be disclosed in the annual financial statements on the mandated institution and not addressed, must remain in the register and annual report of the mandated institution, and they must be addressed. It must also be disclosed at comparative amount in the annual financial statements. That's the instruction note number 4, which stipulates clearly that kind of intention, which is somewhat seek to be withdrawn in as far as Eskom is concerned. All this happens over the background of what the entire economy, the country being shaky in as far as the international outlook is concerned. Looking into the recent gray listing, you see, of the country, looking into how Eskom has benefited, even on the note 3 assertions, in as far as its own performance and outlook in as far as the procurement processes are concerned, which then begins to fly closer into the assumption that no, that these people are trying to hide something from the populace in as far as this institution is concerned. So I want to appreciate your brave outlook in as far as the withdrawal of this decision is concerned. But the empowerment of those who are supposed to do work, to account appropriately, to remain in the radar for their own accountability when they perform such functions, and looking into the hefty purse which is in the hands of Eskom currently, and that against the current findings in terms of their own audit, which looks into the myriad of issues that have been highlighted, flying into the face of the accuracy in as far as their own declared wasteful and fruitless expenditure, matters which are getting into irregular expenditure, and the depth of absence of consistency in as far as that high level required accountability in that institution. So Honorable Chairperson and colleagues, this is said a bit lighter than it would have been said if the minister would have been stuck into the previous outlook in as far as such a gazette is concerned. So in acceptance of the withdrawal process, the matters that relate to consultations, and probably looking into the timelines for such levels of consultation, we wouldn't want to escape our own involvement in terms of assisting in that process. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Somyo. Let me indicate, honorable members, I have the following members who have raised their hands. Honorable Kachalia, Honorable Sheikh Imam, Dr. George, Honorable Singh, Sarupen, Van Minen, Mente, Natasha's iPhone, Vessels, Wankwa, Tlengwa, Mlenzana, Kaiso. Those are the names that I've noted here. If there are other members, I see Honorable Buthelezi, there you are. Okay.
Chair, Chair, my hand is up. Honorable Ntangweni.
Kwangwa.
Tlangwin, can you rename your iPhone? It is written Natasha's iPhone. Is it you?
Oh, yeah, Chair, thanks.
Can you move with the times and be IT compliant? Nkwama, you are here. I've noted you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but now is the time for Honorable Kachalia. I see Mazamban has also raised his hand. Kachalia, there you are.
Thank you, Chair. I will not put my picture on as the connection is unstable. Needless to say, I'm pleased that the Minister has decided to withdraw the Gazette for now pending review. I will make a few points and questions which may assist in framing or preferably relegating what was formerly gazetted. Firstly, is it possible to have sight of Eskom's letter requesting the exemption? Because that will clear up the very intention of what was requested. Secondly, what exactly will Eskom detail in the integrated report schedules of wasteful, fruitless, and irregular expenses? Will everything be in that section? Thirdly, now that every local media outlet, newspaper, respected foreign papers like the Financial Times, numerous commentators, unions, opposition parties are all expressing significant, shall I say, disquiet about the exemption, how do you see it affecting Eskom's prospects of raising capital, the capital that it seeks? Fourthly, surely legacy issues could be separated in the annual financial statements notes, and current issues of considerable importance and impact be addressed transparently instead of a ham-fisted attempt of what appears to many to be hiding and sidelining these in the vain hope that the prospective investors will not pick it up. Fifthly, what is Eskom's current cash interest cover ratio in the event that these loans and bonds are raised? And finally, you mentioned Transnet, the Minister mentioned Transnet. Transnet, after a similar exemption was raised, a dollar-denominated bond issue with a coupon rate of 8.25% was raised, which is nice for some, but there appears to be insufficient cash cover to service this. Is Eskom hoping for the same, and will it be able to meet repayments in this and covenants in this regard? And if so, how? I'd appreciate those being taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Kachalia.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start off by asking the Minister and his team if they have ever been to a financial institution to buy something on credit or to borrow any money, and what are normally the requirements. In my understanding, the only thing that they ask you for, either than your ID and proof of address, is financial statements, financial records. These are some of the things that they ask. Now here, in my interpretation of what is going on here, it is a deliberate attempt to defraud, let me use the term again, to defraud financial institutions or lenders by not providing them with an accurate situation of the financial situation of the entity that wants to borrow money. There's no other way I can understand and interpret what is actually going on here. Now, I hear that, and in fact, if you read media reports, the intention is very clear that when you put it on these financial statements, it's not going to create a good picture. As such, lenders will be reluctant or will refuse to lend money. Comes back to what I'm saying, it's an attempt to misrepresent misrepresent and or defraud them, to lie to them so that they can give us monies. That's basically what it is about. And of course, the entity requesting this knows exactly why. We've heard this from the Auditor General, who raised concerns because Transnet and other entities have also apparently received exemptions, which makes it very difficult even for the Auditor General's office to deal with these matters. But that's the first thing. Now, let's assume what the minister says is correct, that you're going to find it on the audit, the annual report. Not everybody requests an annual report, but let's assume what he says is correct. And you submit the annual report together with the financials. Then it is going to show again to that lender that, of course, this organization is a great risk. Look at the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful. So I can't understand the explanation that you can still put it there, so we're not hiding it. Because if you put it there, you're not hiding it. If the institution requests both, they're going to pick up that this is a serious risk, this entity. But my interpretation and understanding is that they're not going to request the report, they're going to request a financial. Financials, which is misrepresented, does not show it, so you'll be able to give them. Now, I'm very disappointed, I must be honest with you, and disappointed to the extent that I want to ask this question, Chairperson, to Treasury, the Minister of Finance, who did you engage and get guidance and advice from in wanting to go in this direction in the first place, given the fact that Treasury, better than anybody else, knows how serious a situation we face in this country with all state-owned entities, all spheres of government, when it comes to corruption, manipulation of the financials and things of that nature. And you do know, and you must know, that this can be, will be used to manipulate their financials. And given that, I'm actually concerned that you even considered it. But let me also welcome the fact that you decided to withdraw it or put it on hold. Will you agree with me if I say that if the financial institution that's going to lend money to the state-owned entity, in this case, Eskom, without getting a clear reflection of the true status of this, okay, will be putting themselves into a risk based on the financials that you provided, which means you misled them. What is then the implications for somebody who misrepresents? I know that when you come to financial institutions, when you miss, they can charge you for fraud and a whole lot of other things. So what generally would be the case as far as this is concerned? Now, having said that, and you know what the situation is, we also understand that Eskom needs to go out in the open market and go and get more resources, financial resources, because the situation they find in the, what measures now, if this is rejected with the contempt it deserves, which it must, would you then put in place for Eskom to be able to go and borrow further? I can see the direction we're going. It'll just be a total collapse. We'll just borrow, and fiscal cliff, and we will not be able to pay. Does the Minister and Treasury understand the damage that we have done to our reputation by doing this without consultation with particularly the Committee on Finance, the Standing Committee on Appropriations, and all the relevant stakeholders in Parliament before we even considered this, given the fact that we are responsible for oversight as far as this is concerned? So, Chairperson, I think with having said that, I would like the Minister to explain, if this is not defrauding somebody, then what exactly is it in terms of his interpretation and understanding of what is going on? Because he puts a lot of emphasis on bailout we gave, that the Eskom finds itself, it's in a situation, okay, where we can't give them more bailout. I agree. Okay, they're going to need more money. Is the Minister saying then Eskom must go out there, lie to the people and get this money, but do whatever you want to do, including lying, to get this money so that we can go forward? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Shekima. Over to you, Dr. George.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the Minister and Treasury for their inputs here. I must say that when I first saw the exemption, I actually thought it was fake news. I was in touch with the minister, and he knows very clearly that I thought it was a really, really bad idea. So, what it has done, it is, in my opinion, I think it has actually damaged our reputation even more than it already was damaged. I mean, we grey listed already. We're considered to be not a transparent player. And here was to be frank, a pretty amateur attempt to try to fiddle the system so that we'd get a better audit outcome, so that we would be able to attract possibly cheaper capital into Eskom that we know needs it very desperately. I mean, without going into the Transnet situation, I mean, if you see there that information was not transparent, and then the big bond issue after that, I mean, that's seriously problematic. But anyway, if we focus here on this particular situation, I would like to know who advised the minister on this. We do, as mentioned earlier, have a competent treasury. So that advice must have come from somewhere. And I think we need to be clear on where it came, because it was really bad advice. Also, what other options were considered here? Nobody wants Eskom to collapse financially, because we know what that means in terms of our electricity supply and the impact on our economy. So what other options were considered, given we know the problem at Eskom and the fact that it is riddled with corruption, etc.? And then also, what I want to know is, was there pressure from the Auditor General? Because I haven't spoken to them, but I would expect that they would be extremely unhappy with a situation like this, because it is important, vital financial information that by law is required to be audited, because this is public money. So I want to know whether the Auditor General, and they're not here today, but whether there was any comment or pressure from them, because I would expect that should have been the case. And then we need to think about the way forward. Now, obviously, in my opinion, we've gone through an amateur hour here. And now everybody's looking at Eskom and saying, well, you want to hide stuff. So clearly there's a big problem. So what is that big problem? So that already puts people off. The rating agencies, I'm sure, would have an even closer look now than before. So it's like waving as a red flag. And we know that Treasury does not have enough money to completely bail out Eskom. Yes, there's going to be likely a transfer of Eskom's debt, or a big piece of transfer of Eskom's debt onto the national balance sheet. But it still needs to attract investment for its operations. We know that. Why? Is because it is not viable as it is at the moment. So another of my questions here is that government was saying that Eskom would be unbundled and that a viable financial model could be worked out, which I think is possible. But that government now backtracked on that. So I would like to hear from the minister is, what exactly is the plan? Because if Eskom isn't unbundled and there isn't some kind of a plan that people believe to be credible, then investment will in fact dry up, and then Eskom will actually financially fail. And we don't want that to happen in the absence of a better alternative. Also, what I want to know is what is the time frame on this plan now? Because the minister, I want to be clear. The minister is saying that this is withdrawn. Is this now completely off the table? I think we need an assurance that this is off the table. There isn't going to be this exemption, and another one isn't coming. So that's the first thing, which starts to remedy the problem. And then, so once that's clear, is then what in fact is the plan? How will investment actually be attracted, given that there is likely to be a disclaimed audit opinion and possibly a rating downgrade? We do not know. But what is the actual plan here? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. George. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I greet all the other chairpersons online and all the colleagues and the minister once again. Honorable Chairperson, I think what has happened over the last few days leaves a bad taste in one's mouth. And as Dr. George had said, this is not just about, and I'm saying this as well, it's not just about Eskom and the ability of lenders to give money to South African SOEs and to South Africa at large, but it is about the credibility of firstly National Treasury and then government in the bigger scheme of things. Now, I believe that certainly what has happened will have the opposite effect. Instead of strengthening Eskom to be able to get funding, all lenders are going to look at South Africa and the financial statements that are produced from here with a microscope. And fortunately, we have an Office of the Auditor General, which I believe still has a lot of credibility and is recognized internationally, that will keep an eye on things and ensure that there's good governance and good financial management. Chairperson, it is for that reason that in the beginning, I asked whether the Auditor General was invited to this meeting, because I believe, and I still believe, that the Office of the Auditor General is a key role player in all of this. And as I think Honorable George asked as well, was she invited and why was she not invited? Having said that, Honorable Chairperson, I think sanity has prevailed, and we welcome the fact that this gazette has been withdrawn, or this announcement has been withdrawn, because in the eyes of the public and even in our own eyes, it seemed to be what we would call a statutory cover-up, where people are not putting their hands in the cookie jar, but we are trying to manipulate things so that we can be made to look good. So I think we need to get to the bottom of this to find out exactly how this decision came about, where consultation took place, which officials, if any, were involved in recommending that this decision be taken. And further, Honorable Chairperson, I think, the lenders are not going to be fooled by this. Surely they would have recognized that there's non-compliance with the PFMA and non-compliance with financial regulations. And perhaps there's a better way of making Eskom look good, if that's what we want to do. Because certainly Eskom is a swear word in our country at this moment in time, not only because of its financial management, but because of the load shedding that's taking place on a regular basis and seems to be increasing since the strike or the shutdown was called a few weeks ago. It seemed to be fine for a day or two, and thereafter it's increasing. Now, and we're not hearing much from the Minister of Electricity as to, what remedial action is being taken to ensure that we, go back to stage 1 or stage 2 if necessary, and not where we are at the moment. So we need not, and we must not compromise good governance. And I think the last question I would want to ask is that, as Dr. Honorable George had asked, the minister said at the moment that he would like to consult. Now, does that mean this matter is still on the table? Because as far as the IFP is concerned, this matter should be taken off the table and alternative ways be found to strengthen Eskom. In fact, billions of rand are given to Eskom in the form of guarantees. And surely there must be more options. And I'm disappointed as a person that's been in politics for so long that this idea came up from National Treasury, because we hold National Treasury in high regard and in high esteem. And I hope this doesn't dent their own credibility. So I'll stop at that and see how the Minister and Treasury would respond to some of these issues. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Singh. Sarban. Honorable Sarban, are you there? Okay, I'll come back to you. Van Minen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really want to start with the Honorable Hadebe was right when he talked about transparency and accountability. And I think what we have here is a real situation in this term where we've had COVID that very much prevented the South African taxpayer from being involved with holding the government accountable and seeing transparency. Then we had Parliament burning down, which has made the situation worse. And frankly, we're now at the position where an attempt to stifle the transparency of Eskom can really be seen as a third attempt to exclude the South African taxpayer from what's actually happening at Parliament. I really want to agree very much with what Dr. George said and really add my voice to asking, how is the original decision reached? Who is involved with that decision? And then the fact that it was withdrawn, does this indicate that there is conflict in Treasury? Is there conflict with the AG? How did that happen? Because we're now sitting with a situation where Eskom is really looking rather bad in the eyes of the public, because it really appears that after all the reports that we've heard of corruption, of wasteful expenditure, of financial losses, that we're dealing with it now by simply trying to cover it up. And when there's an outcry, everyone then backs down and decides not to cover it up, which in and of itself makes one really look at those statements with a very jaundiced eye. So I think there needs to be accountability, there needs to be transparency, and we really need to be taking into the confidence of Treasury to understand how this whole debacle happened. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Van Minen. Honorable Menta, Veronica.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone in the meeting. Chairperson, first and foremost, I must stress the disappointment. I think because National Treasury does not have a DG, and maybe because of that, this is why we have strategies that are out of place. In fact, strategies that are very criminal in nature, because concealment is a criminal offense. So I know we are with the Finance Committee here. I think it should move with speed in putting pressure on the issue of appointing a proper and a DG that's going to deal with the affairs of the public purse in this country. Chair, the laws of this country are very simple. You know, where we have to picket, if you have to protest, you simply inform the police that we are going to be protesting at this time from this point to that point. Just make sure that you put systems in place as law enforcement so that there is no disruption on any other persons and businesses that has to take place at a time. But when it gets to the public purse, there's strict regulations, there's many laws, and none of those laws have a room to be breached. So here we find a letter from the minister, and it's safe to say right now that with no consultation at any given point to any of the bodies that regulate the expenditure and the procurement processes of government, which is a very dangerous route that could simply create precedents in all turnaround strategies by the municipalities that are dysfunctional, that by any other SOE that is dysfunctional, and this could cripple the state fiscus. I don't know if the minister thought of that, because once you set an example and you build a case in trying to conceal expenditure, any other person can utilize that. And even if you go to the court of law, when you deny the same process to be utilized by other arms of state or municipalities or state-owned entities, you cannot win when you have a successful case study which has been utilized and allowed to roll out. Now, this did not only undermine the powers of parliament, as separate as the arms of state may be, but they cannot undermine each other. This does not only undermine the powers of parliament, but it undermines this entire country's citizens in saying, with the current 2 trillion collected by SARS, the state can decide to exempt all elements of expenditure in that. And nothing will happen. We are simply showing the public a middle finger. We're telling them we can exempt, it's okay. And you cannot touch us. You can't even use parliament to touch us. We can tell you as the executive how we use that money, and there's nothing that can happen to us. It's wrong, Minister. It's a worse and dangerous path that you have chosen to take. And I agree with my colleagues. We are owed an explanation on how did you arrive at such a decision. Another thing, Chair, disclosing in a broader annual report, it's not accounting, especially where finances are concerned. That is why in an annual report, you have a section only with annual financial statements and the audit report signed by the Auditor General. Because the annual report belongs to the department. They say what they want to say. The opening page of the annual report is signed by the department, by the minister, by the DG, and it's their report. They will tell us what they want us to hear. So AG cannot do anything. And none of the people of South Africa can even whistle blow. We're sitting with an Eskom that have made payments to people who did not deliver a single service. We're sitting with Eskom that had inflated prices. We're sitting with Eskom that on a daily basis has failed to report on consequence management. Now we must say the very same Eskom, no, it's okay, go and spend whatever is there in the fiscus given to you. And we cannot be part of creating such a precedence. It's wrong, it's criminal, it's against the law. So the broader annual report is not an option, it's not provided for even in the laws. Exemption is not concealment. Exemption still is subjected to disclosing every single transaction. Now, Minister, I'm going to advise you, I think colleagues from SCOPA, we have dealt with the issue of RAF. And this, what you want to do is very similar to what RAF wanted to do, of introducing a new law that is not our law. And the court has got an outcome on that. I think you must go and read that outcome. You know, this thing of not having a DG is a problem because they should have familiarized themselves with other entities that have attempted to conceal expenditure in South Africa and what have been the implications and consequences of that. So to avoid being taken to court for this, because it will not be allowed, there is a question which is asked by colleagues, can you assure us that this will not come back? If it comes back, you are going to court. That I can assure you. Because you can't introduce a law which is not passed by parliament and use it without passing the test of time. It's criminal. Now, there's an issue of new loans that I also want Minister to explain to us. Because as far as I understand the conditions of government recapitalizing Eskom is that you are not going to go and borrow any new loan, but government is going to assist in shaping Eskom up. If this new minister that came to Eskom is in a game of borrowing more money that we don't know of, and then at the very same time We must not have financial statements. We must not know who. Let's be put in a clear picture. Where is this engagement of new loans coming from? Because that is not part of what we understand at a parliamentary level. We understand that Eskom is not going to be engaging in borrowings, rather engaging in utilizing what the state is affording and utilizing that effectively. Then there's an issue of the Auditor General in the consultation. I want to understand from the Minister, where do you place Auditor General in all of this idea? Are we undermining Auditor General? Or are we simply saying their role is not welcome at Eskom? What's going to happen to the current financial status of Eskom as disclosed in the previous financial year? How are the consequences of those financial statements going to go about? What's going to happen with the auditing of Eskom? Put us in a clear picture. What are you saying exactly if you are trying to say expenditure must not be looked at? The last one, Chair, is the role of SCOPA. We as SCOPA, we cannot be rendered useless. When you render Parliament useless and rendering all forces of Parliament that should be policing financial affairs and the public purse, we are not going to allow that. We are not going to accept that. Our role as all financial policing mechanisms of Parliament is to make sure that everyone follows the law and everyone accounts to Parliament accordingly until such time that the Parliament itself adopts a new law, which is never going to happen anyway, which allows such a route you wanted to take. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mente. Hlangwini, over to you.
Chair, you are problematic. Like, how do I talk after my senior? You are very problematic. You should have at least noted me.
Why did you raise your hand after your senior?
No, my hand have been raised the whole time. But nevertheless, Chair, this is a meeting, but I'm just saying, at least I thought no go ujongile. But nevertheless, since we're on the issue, Chair, I fully agree with the National Chair of the EFF. The attempt and the deliberate attempt by the National Treasury and the Minister to bring such a clumsy attempt to conceal financial statements of Eskom was wrong. And we need proper on paper record what the minister have stated, that he have withdrawn the exemption of Eskom to be exempted for on the financial to declare the financial record. Chair, it was the CEO, Andres de Reichers, that came to Parliament. They even had to leave in the SCOPA, I think it was last year meeting, because they didn't have proper records, financial records, or they didn't want to declare the records. So now we are coming with another watered down attempt to say Eskom must not declare some form of the financial records. That is criminal. And one can only conclude that what also the CEO have said, that there are high-ranking politicians in charge of Eskom's corruption. It's true, because why all of a sudden, It's the minister that came to us in his budget speech and said they will bail out Eskom with 250 billion for their debt, and there will be certain strict conditions. Now it's the very same minister that makes a 360-degree turn to what you have said and say, no, Eskom must be exempted, because part of those conditions was that you're going to come and report on a quarterly basis on how money is being spent. And now it's the very same minister that comes and make a 360-degree turn and say, no, they must be exempted and so forth. So we really need to know that who is behind this ill advice to the minister. Mr. Momo, if it's you, we need to know that it's wrong what you guys are advising the minister to make such decisions. Our country are being grey-listed. Precisely one of the reasons are you are having a president that don't want to account with where did he obtain such a lot of dollars within his couches. Where do you place National Treasury within that? Are you part of the cover-up and saying our state entities must cover up their financial records like that? It's going to become a norm. And once we start like this, it's only going to go downhill. We cannot be part of the plot, and the EFF will never be part of the plot of breaking down state entities or help you to break down state entities in the manner that you are wanting to do. It is illegal. It is wrong. Taxpayers expect from us as members of parliament to block such irrational decisions that National Treasury, together with the minister and whoever the other four politicians that the minister is attempting to protect, we as the EFF will block such irrational decisions. We can't be part and party to such nonsensical decisions and irrational decisions. It must be stated that the withdrawal of the minister, it's a permanent withdrawal, because you can't have a state entity that already the financial records, it's in a dilemma. And then you come back again and you say, no, because you can't pay your debt, you are exempted. You don't need to show us your affordability for next debt. We're just going to continue giving you. It doesn't make financial sense. And the South Africans need to be taken into confidence that National Treasury is having a plot to exempt Eskom from not declaring the financial statements. And we are not going to be party to such plot of bringing our state entities to the knees. This exemption must be permanently withdrawn. And I agree with the national chair of the EFF that National Treasury must start getting up the DG. And so the minister can stop bringing this boys' choir all the time to our meeting. In the very same meeting that he's sitting there, he's sitting with a whole round table of men. And I can only see one woman. So we must force and emphasize that National Treasury must get a DG, and very soon. The Honorable, not Honorable, Dr. Mampo must stop acting. In fact, in this thing of DG, we need a woman DG that will take National Treasury forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Hlangwin. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'm largely covered, but let me also emphasize the fact that I think the public outcry over this matter should be an indication of public sentiment out there. And this exemption in the first place, I think, showed that National Treasury lost its touch with the public sentiment when it comes to public finances and anything that looks or smells like corruption. Chairperson, and let me also emphasize the point that this created a lot of uncertainty, and obviously, as the Honourable Singh also pointed out, has led to a loss of credibility, which I think should be taken into account. Chair, what I do not understand is, and if there's an extension or an exemption rather considered in future again, I think it's important to get clarity on this matter. The Minister mentions, and if one reads news reports on this matter, it's said by National Treasury that the irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure would have still have been stated or declared in the annual report. And a lot of colleagues have mentioned the problem with that, or how that can be problematic, as it's not in the annual financial statements. But what I don't understand, Chairperson, if one looks at the exemption notice gazetted by the Minister, the extent of exemption reads that Eskom is exempted from disclosing any irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that occurred during the financial years in the annual report. And then the letter of the Minister to the chairperson of Eskom obviously refers to what he mentioned today, that certain or when there's criminal activity, irregular expenditure that holds that's criminal of nature, that should be declared in the annual report. But that is not what the Gazette says, and it's also only under those certain circumstances that the letter of the Minister refers to disclosure in the annual report where there's criminal activity. So I just want clarity on that, because the impression is created that all the irregular expenditure would have still been disclosed under this exemption in the annual report. But that's not what the Gazette says, and it's also not what the letter by the Minister says. Also, I think it's also a legal question what will hold the hierarchy between the Gazette and vis-a-vis the letter specifying the conditions of the exemption. Because, in legal nature, I think the Gazette and the wording of the Gazette will be what takes precedent, and not the letter specifying certain conditions. And would it not, in these circumstances, be better to Gazette the conditions as well? So it seems, Chairperson, why I'm raising this is it seems ill thought out. It really does seem as though the conditions came after the Gazette, and it was rushed, and as many colleagues pointed out, ill-advised. The Minister gazetted this exemption on not on good advice, and not with taking everything into account. And it is almost as if the letter and those after the fact conditions tried to rectify a situation, and now we have a withdrawal, which is obviously welcomed, as many colleagues pointed out. Chairperson, what's also not understandable is how would it have worked and how would there have been an assurance that expenditure that were occurred or will be occurred in the next financial year under this exemption that is criminal of nature, that all irregular expenditure is investigated to conclude that there was criminal activity. If it's not audited, there's no assurance that those action steps are taken with regards to irregular expenditure to have it in an irregular expenditure register, to investigate it, and to then conclude on the nature thereof, and if it is criminal or not, and if there should be consequence management or not, if there's no audit on it. And that's why this exemption does not make sense at all. And I would want to have an explanation as to the thinking, how would there have been any assurance that these investigations were conducted or will be conducted if there's no audit of the irregular expenditure register, because it's not contained within the annual financial statements. Chairperson, I think colleagues have covered the rest of my questions, but I think it's extremely important that this serves as a lesson that these type of exemptions and these type of actions are not regarded in good faith by members of the public out there, and that the concern of the public and the eyes of the public is on all type of actions that seems like a concerted effort to cover up any wrongdoing or criminal activity or corruption. And it's really bad that this situation has occurred, and that the credibility of National Treasury and Eskom has been further tainted. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Vessels. Honorable Kwankwa.
Chairperson, thank you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I first want, perhaps I hope I'm sitting with the same act. Chapter 12 deals with exemptions in the PFMA Act. And it says, the minister by notice in the National Government Gazette may exempt any institution to which this act applies, or any category of those institutions, from any specific provisions of this act for a period determined in the notice, right? Therein lies the problem. Firstly, is that if you look at the act and how we've actually written this specific section of the act, it gives the minister sweeping powers. So we are part of the problem. So I don't think while we must condemn what has been done, I think we should take responsibility to a large extent for what has happened. Why? Because then we should amend the section to make sure that all the institutions that are relevant should be contained in that section. In other words, we must set parameters for such an exemption. If, say, for an example, we agree that in future there might be a need for such an exemption to be considered, it should not just be entirely up to the minister to make that decision. But secondly, part of the problem as I read this section is that we should perhaps do exactly, because then the section itself does not then give powers to the minister to say you can decide to tuck some of the information away into what I prefer to call as a PR document, which is the annual report. It only say you can exempt an entity of the state from being able to publish whatever information, but for a certain period, and it leaves it at that. So where does this part where we say you can take this information and tuck it away elsewhere, where does the department and the minister get those powers from is another issue that we need to address as Parliament and as this collective. Because the implications of this, it means that anything that makes people uncomfortable when it comes to accountability can be tucked away, because it's an inconvenience, tucked away in what you call an annual report, which is really a PR document, which always attempts to sanitize problems and to downplay and water down some of the governance challenges facing the entity. Those who have spoken before me are quite correct in saying that we should be dealing with the underlying root causes of the problems rather than trying to paper over the cracks. Governance problems have always been a perennial problem at Eskom. And that is what we need to ensure that we deal with as Parliament, the executive, working together with other related entities of the state. Why am I saying that? It's simply because I was thinking as the minister was explaining that by tucking it away, then the unintended consequence of that is that you are misleading investors. But if you also understand how economic agents act, the principle of rational behavior when it comes to the acquisition and processing of information, there is no economic agent who would invest at Eskom by just considering current information without being persuaded by what happened in the past. It's illogical, it never happens anyway. Any investor would use what you call an extrapolative approach. They consider the past and current, but they would look at the trends, whether there is an improvement in the performance of that entity before an investment decision is made. The investors would only base their investment decisions on the current state of the organization. Now, put plainly, downright stupid, because they have to consider what happened in the past with irregular expenditure and all the governance challenges that have taken place at Eskom, but also consider whether there have been any material improvements in how the entity has been governed, because then that enables them to predict their future. So this exercise is not actually going to help us or help Eskom to be able to attract funding. If anything, actually, if you consider the media publicity, the negativity that it has received, the negative publicity that Eskom has received, I would put it to you that it has even rendered this exemption null and void, because people know that Eskom now has something to hide. Rather than government saying we're doing something about the challenges facing Eskom, instead what we're doing, we're saying we'll tuck all the inconvenient parts into a PR document, hide them away as an attempt to mislead investors. My understanding, Chairperson, of the withdrawal of the exemption, when I was listening to the minister making his opening remarks, is that the withdrawal is only temporary. It was intended to show respect to the wide range of consultations that they have to make, including this process that is currently underway here in Parliament. We must commend National Treasurer and the Minister for their leadership with respect to this issue, but we want to encourage them to make sure that this withdrawal is not temporary, but is permanent, so that we're able to deal with the nuts and bolts of the problems and the challenges that are faced by the entity. You must also consider, Minister, that there is a context to this issue. The exemption happens at the time when I'm not a great fan of the data, but I'm a great fan of anyone who comes to the public to whistleblow on any issue that has to do with misuse of government funds. The Rata, for example, in his interview, did cite or make an example that other people must be allowed to steal a little bit. So if now we exempt people, we exempt Eskom from providing this information, it means we're protecting those people who were allowed to steal a little bit when Eskom was sourcing funding, because he was referring to funding that they had sourced from multilateral institutions and international financial institutions to deal precisely with the challenges that face Eskom. So we are saying to those people, because they occupy or they find themselves in a dominant faction of those who are stealing currently, they should be protected using exemptions. We should lay everything on the table and make sure that there's accountability. But the other unintended consequence of these exemptions is it creates a culture of impunity at Eskom or any entity that we exempt using this section of the Act. To say that for as long as possible, because we are here to protect you, you can continue to misappropriate, if you like, government funds, to waste taxpayers' monies, to also not consider the seriousness of the Auditor General's findings when it comes to audit reports. Because how we know about wasteful and irregular expenditure that has been incurred by entities, it's through audits that we get. Now, if that can be tucked away because the information does not serve a particular purpose at a specific point in time, the unintended consequence of that is weakening the Office of the Auditor General, the credibility of the reports that come out of there, even, for example, the extent to which departments would treat those reports seriously. And I want to ask, I'm not a lawyer, so I want to ask whether legally which one carries more weight, in terms of being able to charge someone criminally, say for for this irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure? Can I take a narrative document such as an annual report, which is a PR document of a company, and say, based on this watered down version, which has been explained, you know, with fancy English, I'm taking you or charging you criminally? Or is it the financial information which has a legal standing, including the reports of the Auditor General, that one would be able to use to charge people criminally on the basis of whatever transgressions that might have occurred? But fortunately, a number of stakeholders, ourselves included, if there seems to be no appetite on the part of the minister and the department to review this step, would have to seek recourse elsewhere to find out as to whether this is in favor of accountability, it's also in favor of transparency, and whether it's in favor of proper financial management of the taxes and the income of South Africans in general. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Chair, all right, who was next on the list so that we can...
Chairperson.
Yeah, next is Hlengwa. Sorry.
Right. Thanks, Chair. Colleagues, look, I think a lot has been said, and the difficulty is that some of the pertinent questions which one would want to build on have not been responded to, including but not limited to the scope of consultation which was exercised by National Treasury in implementing this particular exemption. So I hope we can get a response to that, because it's quite clear from the outset that this is a malicious compliance with the law. That whilst the provisions of Section 92 of the PFMA may apply, the expectation is that the invoking of any legal section, it has to be rational, reasonable, and responsible. In this case, that has not happened. If the minister now says, well, we'll have to go back and consult, because the reasonable, rational, and responsible course of action would have been to do that prior taking this decision, which therefore means that even this withdrawal now is not a withdrawal which is done in good faith. In fact, it seeks to circumvent this meeting and any further public probing or public accountability as a means to say, let's go back to the drawing board and then come back with what is supposedly going to be a legitimized process. So in fact, the decision is fair accompanying that it has been taken. What is absent is the reasonable justification as to why the exemption was given. Section 55 of the PFMA directs that the areas around which must be audited. Irregular expenditure is one such area. That's point number one. So actually what we are seeing here now is an element of legislative gymnastics, which does not actually augur well for the legitimacy of this process. The second point, Co-Chair, is this. In the past 5 years, Eskom has been qualified on areas of irregular expenditure year on year. So it would make no sense then, particularly because Eskom has not formulated a credible, functional, and sustainable audit action plan in response to the audit outcomes, which gives any confidence to anyone that they are dealing with the areas of material concern, including but not limited to irregular expenditure. And so now to clean the books, to sanitize the books of Eskom, we come, with a manipulation of the law, really,
on a key area which has been consistent and persistent for the past 5 financial years as contained in the audit outcomes. So nothing has changed at Eskom, and quite clearly nothing will change. And so the cop-out is to say exempt us because we are unable to deal with irregular expenditure. The final point is to actually emphasize, Chair, that Eskom does not have a functional, credible audit action plan. And Minister, it would be wholly reckless, dangerous, and irresponsible to condone that through an exemption. Whoever advised you misled you, Minister. You must be frank about that. Because the holistic picture of the state of affairs at Eskom speaks to the contrary of an exemption, but rather the tightening of legislative compliance, which has to exist at Eskom. We will not turn Eskom around by sanitizing the books or by shielding things or by willy-nilly exemptions, given the gravity of the situation. So, Chair, I think where the Minister needs to clarify us is what does the for now mean, quote unquote. If the exemption is withdrawn for now, when does it come back? And for what purpose does it come back? And does he legitimately think it is correct to bring it back? From where I am seated, Minister, Eskom does not deserve an exemption of anything. An exemption exacerbates an already dire situation at the utility. So the advice I would like to present to you, Minister, is that don't withdraw this exemption for now. Withdraw it in its entirety, completely and forever, and insist on an Eskom that is going to conduct its business operation consistent with the law, and for National Treasury not to aid and abet through legislative gymnastics the corruption that is taking place at Eskom, because the cover-up on irregular expenditure is what is happening here. One of the biggest areas, actually, of material concerns that the AG has and the conditions which prevail. So whilst Section 92 is legally permissible for you to utilize, the absence of regulations in how you implement it, Minister, is what has landed us here, and that has to be corrected. So this course of action is one which we are strongly advising you against, Minister. Eskom must not get an exemption, because in doing so, we are not solving the problem, but making it worse. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Shango. Honorable Liz. Honorable Liz, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to some colleagues I haven't seen for some time on the Finance Committee, but good morning to everyone. Mr. Chairman, the discussion is correctly around Eskom, but the Minister mentioned Transnet. So my question is, has the exemption been withdrawn from Transnet as it has now from Eskom? And if not, why not? And second question, what other entities, departments, whatever, have been granted the same exemption? And are they still in place? And then the third question is, was this withdrawal of the exemption granted to Eskom in any way a result of negative reaction from international ratings agencies. What was the response of international ratings agencies, and did that influence the withdrawal? Then, Mr. Chairman, the question then really is that there has been a state of disaster declared for Eskom. Surely, if we're going to use that to give exemptions of some sort, which need to be rational and reasonable, then surely we must be looking at the issues that have been raised by Eskom, which are regulatory and inhibiting the operations of Eskom and getting it back on track. And there are many. So I don't want to list them here, but surely that's where we should be applying any kind of exemptions to ensure that Eskom pays the best possible price, no matter who the supplier is just one example. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done, Honorable Liz?
Senkodile ngiyabonga slide.
Siyathokoza. Okay. Honorable Sarupen, are you there? Okay, it's not there. Let me take the next speaker, Honorable Mlenza.
No, thanks, Chairperson. And let me join colleagues in welcoming the minister's decision to withdraw the Gazette, or because I don't want to quickly assume that he's withdrawing the Gazette, but perhaps let me say the Gazette or the application of section 55 subsection 2B of the the Public Finance Management Act. Chair, let me start by, I am not a qualified auditor, Chair. Let me make a disclaimer. However, the little I know of any auditor, sorry for that, would be the auditor would do two things. One, as in the case of what the minister is saying, that he has been in consultation with the Auditor General, and as such, after such interaction, felt that there are issues that have to be tweaked, and as such, they had to put the whole process on hold up until such time they have enough time of interaction. That is the one part that AG plays, which is the advice role. But then the second one would be the auditor, any auditor would be instructed by the supposed to be auditee and the government in our case, after which then the auditor will only have to ascertain as to whether what has been agreed upon is actually implemented accordingly. Hence, then in this case, the minister could have, running short of a better word, abused section 55 subsection 2B of the PFMA to, once more lacking of a better word, Chairperson, spin or conceal or cover up the red flags that are always shown high by the audit opinion. Once more, I said I am not a qualified auditor, Chairperson. But there's one thing I know with the auditor, is that if you refuse, I may be using harsh words, Chairperson, pardon me. If you refuse to give out information which is sought by the auditor, whether private or AGSA, they will not force you. They will, through management letters, seek that information. But then if you continue refusing, then they will say in writing, as the particular auditor were unable to have an audit opinion. Hence, we disclaim. We are saying our hands shouldn't be, contaminated. So they're pulling back. And then that is called a disclaimed audit opinion. Now, if then you are going to have such perpetual or consistently, happening year after year, and then down the line, you use the powers that you have as the minister, that after all I can use Section 55 2B of the Public Finance Management Act to exempt the entity of whatever wrongdoing. Because when you are talking of wasteful and irregular expenditure, you are actually concealing. Hence, then my question would be, Chair, to the minister and the team, can the minister talk to us, put us in confidence on the performance information of Eskom? Just thinking aloud, Chair, how many material irregularities are sitting with Eskom as we speak now? Can the minister perhaps take us into confidence in terms of the balance sheet of Eskom? This all relates to performance, Chair. Then it could go back to, I've listened to colleagues here raising the question of the need or the necessity of going out for borrowing, after we had just taken a decision as Parliament to do two things with Eskom. One, we have just agreed on bailing out Eskom. And two, we have just agreed on treating Eskom or taking Eskom into another pedestal of treating Eskom as a disaster. Hence, then, the declaration of a disaster as far as Eskom is concerned. Hence, then we are in agreed that as you begin to treat Eskom in that fashion, allow the president to appoint and to support the president to appoint the Minister of Electricity, who we believe it would be short-termed just to address this disaster that is facing Eskom. Now, Chair, before I land, I would actually, with I'm cautious here, Chair. I don't want to prescribe to what the minister should do or should not do. But in appropriations, we always say, this time around, we're not going to appropriate money and then turn our backs. One comrade would used to say, "Asbona abomanchingelane." So what it means then is that if we appropriate money, there must be follow-ons so that your expect. Chairperson, we've just done that. And now you are talking of this gazette, which perhaps I'm thinking aloud once more, I'll be corrected by the minister. It seeks to assist Eskom towards a situation where they are seen by the rating agencies to be clean, whereas there is debt in you are actually taking a white linen, a very clean white linen, bright, covering up the debt so that whoever is out there for borrowing or lending purposes would see this bright white, picture, only to find that it has been, wrapped, it has been wrapping the debt inside. So, Chair, I am also echoing the sentiments which says, yes, Honorable Minister, it is good that you put this on hold. However, if you are thinking of coming back with this gazette, let there be a very clear stepwise approach into doing it. Thorough consultation, wherein all would be convinced on the need that what is it? What is it that the implementation of this gazette would actually, mean both to Eskom, government, and parliament? Because look, Chairperson, though I haven't applied my mind deep into the Zondo Commission, but one of the things which that commission raises is weakness or laxity or laissez-faire on part of parliament in terms of oversighting entities and government. And now if you're going to allow, Chair, this to continue, it would mean we are actually slipping back to what Zondo Commission was raising. That now we are saying, let all just happen. We are just giving a free holiday so that people cannot begin to account. Because look, colleagues have been saying here, there's a difference between malicious reporting and accounting. I am not a chartered accountant, but when you are talking accountant, Honorable Minister, there would be facts, figures, time frames, and all clear. There would be a situation where if there has been fruitless expenditure, how are then the follow-ons? If there has been irregular expenditure, what is it that has been done with proof? So I'm saying there's a lot that we still need to be armed about so that we can be able to happily say, yes, continue with the Gazette, Minister. Thank you, because at least some of the issues that I have noted are actually covered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Mlenza. Over to you, Honorable Kaiser.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of this joint committee, Minister. Chair, without risking repeating what my colleague has just said, I also want to join the queue in appreciating what the minister has explained before this joint committee, and appreciate that this matter will be withdrawn. That is the Gazette. So I just want to raise this point, Chair, that now that there has been a disaster been declared with regard to the matter related to Eskom and electricity. I think everything that is being said here should not, exclude that existence of that atmosphere where there's a disaster. Also, as moving forward, making contribution as to how best we can assist in as far as, and ensuring that Eskom plays or play that critical role it has been, mandated to do, because it is very central in ensuring that there's economic recovery in the country, and it's at the center. So we should not discuss it in such a way that it is isolated from already what has been pronounced from the office of the president, and also with the establishment of Ministry of Eskom. So it's a whole package that when the minister go back and repackaging is being done, obviously we are looking broadly that it will, it is something that will be inclusive of what already it is now existing or being established as part and process that would assist Eskom generally to realize its mandate. Because I don't want to, speak above, the words such as exemptions, as if I'm a legal guru, because we cannot avoid that there is words such as exemption in the PFMA Act. So I'm very careful that I should not speak above such legal words there, which are coined in PFMA. But we should acknowledge that there are instances where there are legal concepts that imply something there, which, as we speak, there's nothing that we can do up until we bring in a new subject altogether to deal with the word exemptions. But it is there. There's nothing that we can do for now up until we do something about it. But be as it may be, it doesn't mean that we should then do nothing, fold our hands because we are handicapped by certain concepts there. It still means that there's something that has to be done by the minister beyond this discussion, because we want to appreciate the ministry's invitation that no, okay, let us be together here, ourselves as these committees, collectively as we are, and at our individual space as committees, separate committees, we must then begin to make a submission or contribution as to how best we can, shape this, because it's not only the concern of these 5 committees, joint committees. It is it's an issue of the whole National Assembly to make sure that Eskom now become a fully functional entity realizing its mandate through our contribution. So we also appreciate that the discussion that has taken place between the Office of the Ministry and the Office of the Auditor General. So we hope that those discussions will take forward what is to emerge tomorrow as a continuous work, because it definitely is not something that we're going to finish today, but it will remain continuously up until it realizes its mandate. So I think I must stop here, Chair. Otherwise, I would find myself going all over, bringing irrelevant issues such as functions of and banning of parliament and other things. So I really appreciate that comment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Kaizu. Honorable Buthelezi Shenge.
Chairperson Masongani, co-chairs Honorable Somi, Honorable Shenge, Honorable Magato, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let me start, Honorable Chair, by just thanking the honorable members for availing themselves at a very short notice for this meeting. Thank you very much, honorable members. Invitations, I think they came on Monday, and here we are, or Tuesday, here we are, one meeting, showing the importance we give to the matter on hand. Honorable members, perhaps just to add on what Honorable Hadebe said, that the supreme law of this country is the Constitution. I'm just adding Section 2 of the Constitution, which reads, I quote, "This Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic. Law or conduct inconsistent with it is invalid, and the obligations imposed by it must be fulfilled." One of those obligations, honorable members, it's for this Parliament to oversight and hold executive accountable. So there shouldn't be anything which is seen or which is done which should be seen to blunt or impair our ability as Parliament to carry our oversight responsibility. Chairperson, let me also join the honorable members in welcoming the presentation by the Minister, and also upfront also thank the Minister that he has decided to withdraw the exemption. Chairperson, economic agents, including bond holders, the rating agencies, taxpayers, and many others make decisions based on the annual financial statements, which means the reliability and credibility of annual financial statements are taken as a true reflection of the financial position of the company. That's very critical and it's indivisible. Hence our concern, Minister, about the application and granting of exemption of Eskom from Section 55(2)(b)(1) 1 of PFMA and Treasury Regulations 28.2.1. Chairperson, it is better to disclose, I would argue, the problems facing the company, be they wasteful and fruitless, so that users of annual financial statements can factor them in their decisions. In so doing, you can assure the public out there that you are doing something about your challenges. The honorable members have repeated this one, that we should be very careful that as government, as National Treasury, as Eskom, we are not seen to be misleading the public and the economic agents, the users of our annual financial statements, because they base their decisions on that. In fact, if we are not careful, we may be opening ourselves to lots of litigation, because down the line, people may say, we took decisions based on your annual financial statements, only to find out that the annual financial statements were not true. I think the global economic crisis of 2008-2009 is still very fresh in our minds, where companies were given clean bill of health, and 6 months down the line, they went belly up. And if you follow as to what happened, there were a lot of litigations following that. So the best thing, the optimal thing to do in these circumstances is to disclose, because what economic agents do, they factor in everything that has been disclosed and take decisions on the basis of full information, not skewed information. So what's happening with the exemptions, what I would consider to be an unintended a consequence of it is that economic agents may just say, look, we gave you this money and we gave you this a rate. If we had this information, we would have given you a higher rate to mitigate our risk. So it's a very dangerous. We're treading on a very dangerous terrain. So we better disclose so that when people take decisions based on annual financial statements, it should be based on the correct information. There's no information which we should think that in our own wisdom is not good for the public out there. Another problem, Chairperson, which I think should be considered as we deal with Eskom, is what I will call the negative contagion effect. What do I mean? The people out there will think that is how all other SOEs are operating. They are guilty of the same practice, because they'll say, why only at Transnet and Eskom? Is it not a practice of the SOEs and other institutions of South African government? So so our financials will be treated with suspicion, and rightly so. So I think that's another thing that we should be looking at. Members, Honourable Minister, the proposal to assist Eskom by transferring about 250 billion rand of Eskom debt to the sovereign debt is aimed at assisting Eskom deal with this problem. Therefore, as Honourable Mlenza was saying, as we do that, transparency and good governance is paramount. It should not just be done, it should be seen to be done. And all of us, South Africans, are also assured that as they assist Eskom in dealing with its problems, there is proper accountability. Again, as we are enjoined by the Constitution as Parliament, it cannot be half oversighting. Honourable members, I think it's our meeting here today. It's a proof of Parliament to perform its responsibility, and I don't think we should lose sight of that. And again, it's a proof of the executive to subject themselves to being oversighted by Parliament. As I said at the beginning, that in a matter of 3 days, here we are meeting and raising very serious issues. And it's also very important for me that the ministers decided to withdraw the exemption. That's important as to what prompted him to do that. But I think to listen to what the people are saying out there, it's also very important. I think people have spoken outside, and as these committees who are meeting today, we heard them, and we decided that let's have this meeting. Parliament, it's in recess as it were, but these committees decided that they will come and try to get clarity on these issues. And you would have heard how we have raised the issues, Honourable Minister, and as well saying that we welcome that you are withdrawing these regulations, because you might have had some blind spots when you were dealing with this matter, and there are many issues which are coming out from this platform, and we appreciate that. As I conclude, honourable members, in whatever we do, Minister, National Treasury, please let's make sure that the ability of this Parliament is to oversight and play its constitutional role is not being compromised and undermined. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Shanga. Honorable Tobias Pokol Kandi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me advocate on the block. Very new, and then I hope by angling into the debate. Second to that, I must also upfront declare that I'm fresh from being a marketeer of the country into being an overseer, which is very complex in how the marketeers operates and how the overseers operate. Because having to look at the two, the marketeers look at the possible securing of investments, portfolios for the country, and make sure that any other matter is dealt with differently, as long as first and foremost you deal with how you market the country. So it's a very complex debate for me altogether today. Second to that, I need to say to Honorable Mlenzana, the center must hold. The center must hold in that it formulates policy. And because it formulates policy, the policy position that is taken by the country becomes the gospel truth of that country. Therefore, there is no dilly-dallying about where you stand with your policy formulation. Third to that, I need to speak to precedents that we have dealt with before by private companies in the form of what Steinhoff did and what KPMG did at a particular point when it was dealing with the misstatement of a financial positioning of a company. And Honorable Mlenzana gets into it in a very nice way. He says that an auditor is instructed by an auditee on what to look at, which is the debate that is currently short-lived because of the time management of the debate itself. At some point, it will have to be unpacked and you will deal with it. And the other issue is what member referred to Eskom, which is something, again, that will speak to a policy imperative. But upfront, let me say this. There's a difference, and that's what we need to all of us here today note. There's a difference between disclosure of irregular expenditure and accounting fraud. So we must not have mixed feelings about what it means. It's two different distinct issues. What is accounting fraud becomes the day when you have misstated your financial position. But if there is an irregular expenditure and it has not yet been disclosed, that is not fraud. So we must not be nice about words because we are afraid of the political environment and the polarization of a subject matter as we engage it. As to where you stand in the current conjuncture and the timing, it's a different issue for a debate somewhere because sometimes we are expeditious to try and want to explain the position. And I understand where Mumu comes from, and I feel sorry for him. Now, the question is, the juncture at which we are currently, have we not disclosed? That's what we need to evaluate. And some say that, and Ngwangwa says it as a banker, you know, he says the annual report, it's a PR document. It might sound like a PR document, but it's a fundamental document that gives account of what has happened. And if you disclose, it can take you to a legal proceedings. Now, the minister might, at the current conjuncture, have withdrawn his submission on the exemption on the basis of consultations. Now, Honorable Mlenzana says that we've taken a view of having to deal with a bailout. And as you do that, just remember that Eskom remains a national key point, by the way. And as you deal with that, take that into account at what decision you are going to arrive at a different stage, having cleaned the issues of audit process with the Auditor General. In this instance, you have a private company that will deal with audit. So if you want it as an scapegoat, you want to publicize it and do it in such a way that will help you. But firmly stand in terms of your policy imperative, the timing is a different issue. as you do that, you take into account the economic outlook, which has been revised down to 0.something%, and what you want to deal with, that's a different issue altogether. So, Chair, let's go back to the drawing board and rediscuss in a different atmosphere what we believe is in the best interest of the country as we do that, so that we understand, because this is not a JC listed worried company in terms of its risk appetite and the level there. It's not just a risk appetite issue. It's a national key point issue that when we wrap up and take a view, we don't look at it from a political perspective as different parties, but what is in the best interest of the country. I'm not sure if you copied me.
Honorable Tobias Pokola is still there, or you have got a connectivity challenge?
No, Chair, I said, let me pause at that juncture. So I don't know whether you copied me as I was making the submission.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Abraham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. And greetings to the Minister, members of the Treasury, members of political parties. Chair, let me say quickly that I have in a long time not had such unison between different political parties. And I think Honorable Sin summarized it nicely when he referred those to a problem of the timing of the exemption, as well as the Eskom concept being a swear word at this point in time. I think, Chair, there were quite critical points that were raised by the AFF Plus, by the EFF, so much so that I found myself unfamiliarly nodding my head as they spoke, which brings me to my first point, Chair, because it tells us that the issue at hand is not just an issue of national treasury, but it is a national, if not international issue. We are a nation that has boasted so much about having the best constitution the world, one of the best constitutions the world has ever seen. And I think it is critical that we stick to its precincts. Chair, my first point really is to agree with honorable members that have pointed out that yes, the minister has committed that for now he wants to pause and go and do what is necessary in terms of consultation, in terms of content. And I think for us, maybe also advising the ministry, that should not mean coming back with the same issue at a different time. For me, Chair, this issue has a lot to do with fiscal consolidation. And I think a relook at financial risks and dangers, and as well as restructuring the debt, this is not new to Treasury. There has been reprioritization from Treasury since 2013. And for me, doing that will not be a new thing, but rather we look back and see how we can learn from the experiences of the past. Secondly, My second point, Chair, comes maybe in the form of a question, if not a comment, to say we seem, or maybe put differently, do we want as Treasury to escape the AG's regulatory conduct by shifting irregular expenditure to annual reports, just to please Eskom's corporate rating and credit assessment with the rating agencies? Do you want to do that? Apart from the consultation that we want to do as National Treasury, have we internally exhausted the thinking, the rationalization, as well as solutions to the problem at hand? Because, Chair, we might turn around and find the same rating agencies judging us on the pretext that we are deceptive in the way that we are dealing with these issues. Lastly, Chair, this is not, at least as finance, this is not our first encounter with how entities, including National Treasury, want to avoid further liabilities by avoiding adverse audits. Are we doing that now for Eskom? And the key thing here is we are doing it on the request of Eskom. And I want to say that the same agencies that we are trying to escape from will come to the same conclusions when they read this in the annual report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Noxie. Minister, over to you to respond to the questions raised by honorable members.
To deal with some of those questions, and I'll come back at the end. Any taker?
So, Minister, can I suggest let's start with the accounting, because I think there were many questions just on some of the factual information. So let's just clarify that. I'll come in after that. Yeah. And I think Duncan should also just come in on the finances. I think just the challenge we face at Eskom, which we have to nurse back to health, whatever happens. Shabir?
Thank you,
Accountant General, Shabir Khan.
Thank you, Minister, Acting Director General. Good morning to the co-chairpersons, honorable members of the different committees, members of parliament, and the media. There were various matters raised, and I tried during the course of the morning to capture all of them. But I think a large number of the questions posed were really around whether the exemption would diminish or dilute accountability and transparency in how the information would be disclosed. It's important to note that this exemption under Section 55 is really a reporting requirement. And as part of this broader financial management framework, the PFMA outlines what is required to be reported. So Section 55 deals with the annual financial statement as well as the annual report. And really, it goes into the details and says that the entity or the public entity must prepare financial statements in accordance with a recognized framework. And in the case of Eskom and many other Schedule 2 public entities, the reporting framework is IFRS, or called International Financial Reporting Standards. And this is quite a comprehensive financial reporting standard, and it's a standard that's internationally approved, and as South Africa, we have adopted that standard. They further need to comply with the Companies Act, as well as the JSE debt listing requirements. Section 55 2B further goes to say, and these are some of the additional requirements over and above those in the accounting standards, the JSE requirements, as well as the Companies Act, to indicate that all material losses through criminal conduct must be disclosed, as well as all fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It further says that any criminal or disciplinary steps taken as a consequence of such losses must be disclosed, and any losses recovered or written off must also be disclosed in the annual financial statements. The matter that we were dealing with as the National Treasury was really to ask a fundamental question. If this exemption is granted, what does that mean? And what does that mean in terms of whether the annual financial statements will still fairly present its financial position, its performance, and whether the Auditor General can still provide an opinion on whether the financial statement fairly presents its financial affairs in an appropriate and in an appropriate manner. This issue, and I think the questions raised around irregular expenditure, and it's important to maybe also indicate that there have been a number of reforms over the last few years in how irregular expenditure is reported. And this has been done in consultation with a number of stakeholders. As the National Treasury, and I think one of the honorable members pointed out that we are primarily responsible for the setting of norms and standards. And in doing so, you will have a number of engagements with provincial accountants generals, provincial treasuries. The Auditor General is a key stakeholder, but as well as accounting officers and CFOs of departments and public entities. And as part of this reform, we've also done some research. And what the research has shown is that we do have a problem in that irregular expenditure, the concept is very unique to South Africa. We've looked at the research covered that over the past decade, irregular expenditure has significantly increased at an annual growth rate of 36%. And we've noted that it has become a major concern for government, but also the definition is quite broad. And that's where it lends to some of the problems we are seeing. A very good example, which the research pointed out, is that in the 2020-2021 financial year, the irregular expenditure across the state was increased quite significantly by 77 billion rand. And this was an irregular expenditure transaction recorded by NASPERS for their disbursements to bursaries. And the reason why this transaction was irregular is because they omitted to gazette the funding guideline. All the other processes and steps were correct, and the correct amount and where was correctly distributed. That omission of gazetting caused this entire transaction and all disbursements to be irregular. We've also looked at what the UK does. And in the UK, the focus is largely on where public resources have been lost or stolen, rather than a focus on a concept called irregular expenditure. In South Africa, the context of the focus on irregular expenditure really focuses on the value of the transgression. Like in the NSFAS example, it focused on the value of the transgression rather than focusing on the resulting loss to the state. And as part of this research and also in engagements with the Auditor General, Treasury issued an instruction note 4 in December 2022 to deal with some of the reforms that's required to enable us to report in a much more meaningful and in a manner that which provides a lot more value to the readers of the annual financial statements. Instruction note 4 says two things. It says that all irregular expenditure recorded in a financial year must be disclosed in the annual financial statements. But it further goes on and say that all prior year irregular expenditure where it's still required to be either condoned or investigated, or whether there is or is subject to condonement, those ones can be moved into the annual report. And the reason for doing so, and also in consultation with the Auditor General, is that it does allow you to still maintain that level of transparency, but also allows accounting authorities like the Board of Eskom to deal with some of those matters. So by moving that, and what the framework does is it's actually changed in the way in which some of these matters are being reported. That framework is applicable to all national departments as well as public entities. The issue of the actual exemption and how this was considered. So there were a number of tests as the National Treasury and also the team within the Office of the Accountant General looked at. And I know the colleagues, the honorable members spoke around, what was the test, was it rational? And the rationality on this one is really around an accounting and reporting principle. And it really came down to two tests. The first test was a transparency test, and whether the disclosure of this information in the annual report, whether it will still provide adequate transparency, first for the users of the annual financial statements and the annual report, but also to enable oversight bodies like the Audit Committee, the board, as well as the oversight structures within Parliament.
Responding to any of our questions. Point of order.
If I can continue.
Hold on, Accountant General, Honorable Nkwakwa. Okay, he's not responding. Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So on the transparency test, we looked at whether the disclosure in the annual report will still lead to transparency. And here we worked in the prior year, we worked with Transnet, and we actually came up with a template on how this can be disclosed to give the full effect of what is required to be disclosed. So in terms of that test, Chairperson,
Honorable Nkwakwa, I called you earlier on, you did not respond. What issue?
Mute myself, Chairperson.
Huh?
I got muted by someone else as I was speaking. I did not mute myself.
Who muted you?
I don't know, but I'm trying to find out whether the submission.
You must take responsibility of your gadget.
I did gadget. I didn't mute myself. Unless, yeah. I am saying, I'm trying to find out whether the submission that is being made responds to the direct questions that were answered by members of parliament, or it seeks to justify the actions that have been undertaken so far. I'm a bit confused. Can I be helped there? Maybe maybe it's low today. There were pointed and specific questions that MPs asked with respect to this matter, but I feel that the current submission seeks to justify the actions undertaken so far. So I'm a bit confused.
Chairperson,
I think they are responding to the questions and the comments that members have made earlier on. So I heard Momo saying that the accounting general will respond first. I'm not sure who's next, then him, and then from there the minister, in that sequence. So I see the minister wants to respond.
No, I was just saying, Chairperson, at the core of the questions by the members of parliament is the issue of accountability, transparency, and concealment of information. And I think what the accountant general is trying to demonstrate is what was the rationale, how are those matters being addressed? That's the response to those questions. I think we've been plead that we be allowed to proceed, and we'll deal with any other pointed questions which have come up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed and give that background, and then the DG and the minister will respond to specific questions if you not have done so, and move towards conclusion. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, so I mean, what I was outlining was the considerations taken as the department advised the minister on the transaction. So on the transparency test, it was really whether we would have had complete transparency on the transaction. On the accountability test, what the department considered and advised the minister was that whether material losses through criminal conduct, whether that would still be reported. And we, in considering the exemption, made it quite clear that Eskom must report on all material losses due to criminal conduct. Furthermore, we've indicated in the exemption that all criminal and disciplinary steps taken as a consequences of such losses or irregular expenditure must still be disclosed. And lastly, losses recovered and written off must still be disclosed. So from an accountability test, those parts which a large number of the committee members raised around fraud and the concealment of such transactions, we made it quite clear that those transactions must fully be disclosed
in the financial statement,
in the annual financial statements, and would be subject to an audit. We've also, when looking at the accountability test, we looked at when it comes to the areas of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the board still has the primary responsibility as the accounting authority to prevent and take adequate steps to prevent these type of irregularities. We've also looked at whether there are sufficient checks and balances to ensure that what is reported is appropriate for the users. And here, an assurance engagement, which in auditing terms is called an agreed upon procedures assurance, would then respond adequately to that part of it, so that when the readers read the annual report, they would have the knowledge and the comfort that those numbers were subject to an agreed upon procedures by the auditors. We've also, it's important to note that when we looked at Eskom and how they've disclosed some of these matters, especially the matters around fraud, corruption, we looked at the previous year's annual report and the annual financial statement. So matters which is in the public domain, and we're all familiar with, around theft of conductors, cabling and related equipment, estimated non-technical revenue losses, as well as fraud within the organization, all that will still be fully reported in the annual financial statements and the annual report. Lastly, as part of this process of dealing with this transparency and accountability test, we looked at prior year exemptions or prior exemptions, and whether through those exemptions, whether the transparency and accountability test was achieved. Though the only one that was previously granted was Transnet, and there it was permitted for them to disclose such information in the annual report around irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There was adequate consultations with the Auditor General, who actually performed this agreed upon procedures of engagement. And this was adequately then disclosed in the annual report. This enabled the audit committee, the board, to have full sight and visibility of such transactions. And that annual report was also tabled in Parliament to enable oversight structures like yourselves to then hold the executive as well as Eskom to account. Then my last point was around the annual report. There was a number of questions around why in the annual report, not the annual financial statements. And one of the members indicated that it's an annual report talks about some of the PR elements. The annual report in the public service, it's much more than just a PR exercise. It contains valuable information like the information around performance against predetermined objectives. So at the start of every year, what's tabled in Parliament is the annual performance plan. And those objectives, indicators and targets become the performance plan for every single organ of state. And that performance plan, which forms almost the bulk of the annual report, is also subject to an audit. And the Auditor General in their audit report also reports on whether there were any findings in the areas of performance information. So there's a lot more value in an annual report of an organ of state, because it provides quite useful information to different users of the financial statements. Lastly, I'd just like to conclude and say that as part of the exemption and as part of the further engagements, the Accountant General's Office as well as Treasury really sets the standards around how accounting should happen in the public service. And there would be further engagements with the Auditor General as well as the auditors of Eskom to ensure that whatever and how we move forward, that the issues and the concerns raised by the general public, different commentators, as well as yourself, that those are strengthened to ensure that accountability and transparency is not diminished in any way. Minister,
let me come in. I just wanted my pony to honorable members and morning as well to all honorable members. I think that there was a question also on the process. And let me say on the process, as we indicated, the first, in a sense, the precedent for this was set when Transnet was exempted last March. And I thought Pony, you should also come in. And I want to assure members, heavily represented by our female officials. I'm not sure if you cannot see, but my Pony, do you want to come in and just maybe just go through also the engagement process that you had with the AG, and there was a lot of consensus in why that provision for Transnet was required, and has in fact helped them. And I mean, we weren't considering withdrawing the Transnet exemption for good reason.
Thank you, DJ. And good morning to all honorable members and the chairperson.
And they hear you, Mupa?
I would think
I think
so.
speak louder, we're struggling
Okay.
to hear you, yeah.
Right. Thank you. So in terms of consultation, there were quite a lot and detailed consultations that took place with the Eskom's request for an exemption. So this request, we started discussing it with Eskom and other key stakeholders within National Treasury around July 2022. And on the 26th of October 2022, the Energy Procurement and Finance Working Group did discuss this matter of an exemption from Section 55(2)(b) of the PFMA. And they've indicated that a formal letter will be submitted to the National Treasury from the chairman of Eskom. Indeed, we did receive the letter on the 9th of March 2023. And the reason why the letter, I could say, members, it came on the 9th of March is because we indicated to Eskom to say the National Treasury is still busy working on the irregular expenditure framework that is revised. Therefore, we would want the entity to engage with that framework and to see if it assists them to some extent and indicate what it assists them with in order for the exemption to actually be minimized because certain key factors would have been addressed in the framework. Hence, it came in March 2023. And when we received that exemption request, usually what we do, we have bilateral meetings with the Auditor General and also weekly meetings. The reasons for these meetings, we discuss accounting issues, we discuss compliance issues, the framework that we issued in December. It was also discussed at length with the Auditor General, together with any other disputes that we may have on interpretation of legislation and also on other matters that may relate to accounting or compliance. If we do receive a departure request in terms of Section 79 of the PFMA or Section 92 exemption, we do caution the Auditor General. The legislative framework does indicate that immediately after such an exemption is granted.
Just 1 second, sorry about this. Sorry for the interruption. Yes. There's somebody who's either whispering hushly somewhere or they're not muted and already the sound.
My apologies.
Yeah.
It's there.
My apologies, Chair. My apologies.
Interrupting the response. Okay, thanks, Minister.
Thank you so much. So I will continue. So we do have these type of engagements with the Auditor General, and I just want to indicate to the honorable members to say that even after the framework was issued, we did a lengthy rollout process of the framework, and we met even with the SOE senior managers that are responsible for the audits in those organizations, and also spoke with some of the external auditors that are doing audit on these matters, just to indicate the changes that was brought in by the framework. So I guess what was going to follow now after the Gazette was that we were now going to engage the auditors to say now, what are the audit implications and how will the audit unfold now that Eskom has been granted an exemption to disclose in the annual report? This is the same process we followed with Transnet. So there are different processes that we follow. Number one, we caution. Number two, we do an accountability and transparency test, just like the Accountant General has indicated. And number three, we look at all the different implications that could come with this exemption, and also the audit process. So we were at that part now of entering into the engagement into the audit process of the Eskom exemption. And I'm not sure if I still need to touch on other matters.
Just say when you got the communication from Eskom.
Okay, so Eskom started communicating with us around July 2022. We also had quite a lot of meetings during the financial year of 2022. The last, I could say, the last intense meeting that we had with them on this particular exemption, where they submitted the draft letter, it was on the 26th of October 2022. So, like I said, from that meeting, that's when we decided to say to them, we have issued a framework. Go back, look at this framework and see if it addresses some of the challenges that you are facing. And then come with a revised letter that shows exactly what you want to be exempted from. Then I think the important part to mention is that the exemption is not granted on any losses to the state. It is not granted on any irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure emanating from criminal activities. We still want to see consequence management being reported in the annual financial statement. If there are losses that were recovered in the financial period or losses that were written off for any other information in terms of their policy, we still want to see that being reported in the annual financial statement. So, honorable members, I could almost say what we exempted Eskom from is to disclose in their annual report irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is not attached to any criminal activity and that is not attached to any form of losses. So I know you can never say it's a clean irregularity, but it almost means that. I think perhaps what we could have done better was to issue an explanatory note immediately with the Gazette to explain the intention, the rationale, and to differentiate between these different categories of irregularities and also the losses. Thank you, Chair.
Duncan, you want to come in on just any of the Eskom questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Momo. Good morning, chairpersons and honorable members. There were a few questions around particularly dealing with lenders and the broader Eskom reform process. So I'll deal with those. Before I do, Momo's also just asked me to put this in the broader context of the steps that we are taking to restore Eskom to financial sustainability. Because I think ultimately all of these different initiatives are aimed in that direction, are aimed at restoring Eskom's financial sustainability and putting it on a sound financial footing. And as part of that, the minister, of course, announced a debt relief arrangement of 254 billion over the next 3 years. Through the Eskom debt relief bill, the National Treasury is proposing a loan to Eskom that will be converted to equity as the conditions outlined by the Minister of Finance are met. And it's important to stress that very strict conditions have been developed to safeguard public funds, including limitations on new borrowing, which a few of the members asked about. The Minister of Finance will, of course, through the Treasury as well, ensure that these conditions are enforced and upon compliance with conditions, allow Eskom to convert the loan to equity. We are also imposing, as part of the Eskom debt relief, additional reporting obligations onto Eskom to ensure that the funds that we are allocating are used for the purposes of the debt relief arrangement only, and to ensure that we address additional governance challenges at the entity. There was a specific question or a few questions around the implications of this for Eskom's lenders. As the honorable members will know, due to the restrictions that we are imposing onto Eskom as part of the Eskom debt relief arrangement, Eskom does not plan to borrow over the next 3 years. And because there is no borrowing plan by Eskom, there are no new loans that the entity is going to be engaged upon. The Eskom debt relief arrangement creates a sustainable balance sheet for Eskom without the need for additional borrowing over the next 3 years. Of course, Eskom still has existing loans that they have to engage lenders upon, that the Treasury is assisting them to repay over the next 3 years. And the way that the lenders manage the information requirements associated with those loans is through covenants that they attach to those loans that Eskom has to report on a regular basis. And should Eskom not meet those covenants, they have to request waivers from those lenders. So I think the members can be assured that the lenders of Eskom have the information that they need to make the right decisions about the loans that have already been extended to Eskom. And as I've said, no new loans are being considered or planned by Eskom over the next 3 years. There was also a question about whether any of our decisions have been informed by engagements with the rating agencies. The answer is no. We have engaged the rating agencies recently post-budget, as we always do, but this is not a matter that was discussed with them. There was also a question about quarterly meetings. As part of the Eskom debt relief proposal or arrangement, the quarterly meetings between Eskom, the National Treasury, and Department of Public Enterprises will continue to ensure that we discuss progress required by Eskom in terms of the debt relief arrangement. But also, Eskom will continue, of course, with the usual quarterly reporting to Parliament. There was a question about unbundling and whether we are backtracking on unbundling. The broader reforms that Eskom are undertaking, that's part of the NECOM process, are still on track, and those will go ahead as planned. And unbundling, of course, remains a very important step to ensure that Eskom becomes financially sustainable over the long term. So that is going ahead as planned. I think just a final point from my side, honorable members, is these steps, the Eskom debt relief arrangement, the steps that we are discussing today are all aimed at ensuring that Eskom has a sound balance sheet. I think for us, it's important to ensure that the entity is able to undertake the investments that they need, both in the current fleet, but also the critical investments required in transmission and distribution infrastructure, so that we can deal with load shedding and, of course, the broader social and economic implications associated with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Duncan. Anyone else here from the official side? So let me round up, and then the minister will conclude. And let me pick up the last point that Dr. Peterson has raised, which is that the issue for the Treasury obviously is, aside from wanting a financially healthy Eskom and making sure that that's done free of corruption is critical. But in addition, the dilemma we face is that we want to protect the fiscus, and Eskom has already come to us for far too many funds and impacted on our debt. The issue is really to reduce the scope for them to come for more grants or more guarantees from the fiscus. And the technical issue here is that the reporting system does cause a problem which does need to be addressed. The issue is, how can we ensure that it's not abused? And when I hear certainly the strong response, I think as the minister's outlined, it's really that South Africans are saying that the corruption that has become entrenched in some of our SOEs must be addressed as a matter of urgency by government, that we need to be more effective in how we're doing that. And in fact, this is one of the reasons why we are grey-listed, because we are not effective in fighting corruption, which are often committed by syndicates. And those are the issues that we need to really deal with. So for the trade rates in this climate, how do you still protect the fiscus from Eskom coming to us further? Chair, I would also say that what we've done is there's a very detailed presentation that we've circulated which does go into more detail, and I would hope members could look at that and we could respond to it at some point. But I think that that would also come in. I think a further question, and Duncan has partially answered it. As far as investors are concerned, they understand that an entity like Eskom is judged. They look at the metrics in the same way as they do for any listed company. So the fact that you still have your IFRS and your JSE listing requirements, those are of the highest standards. And Eskom will, if a listed company were to get qualified, even had you had this exemption, if Eskom did the same thing, it would still be qualified. So there's no attempt to hide qualification from any financial mismanagement. The issue really was that Eskom obviously has further reporting requirements. And let me say, those are important because in the public sector, you do have to do more reporting because there are more issues of public interest. But it's just this one, the historical legacy issue and how that's impacting on, and we assume, an honest Eskom board that's trying to fix up Eskom. So that's the kind of dilemma that the Treasury was really facing and trying to answer. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Acting DG. Let me start by saying we welcome the comments, criticism, and everything by the honorable members. We certainly not impervious to criticism. We accept that, and it's part of particularly constructive criticism. Take note of those comments moving forward. Let me just dispel the notion that there's some body behind the scenes trying to advise us and then making all of these mistakes. I think Treasury was with the technical capability of being able to deal with these things. The Accountant General that is leading us here is a chartered accountant himself. In fact, he was shortlisted for the Auditor General position. So quite an experienced chartered accountant. I did something unusual after getting the advice from this thing and branched out of the Treasury fold and went to seek legal advice outside the Treasury stable to one of the prominent commercial lawyers in the country, so that I can make sure to myself that independently I'm on the right track. So we do such thing. I think it might not be, I'm not trying to justify anything, but I'm saying the intentions, whatever one may say, are generally good for fiscal sustainability. That's what guides us. In section 92, Honorable Nkwankwa correctly says there's nothing that says go and stack it. It says exempt. It doesn't say go and put it somewhere. It's precisely for the accountability and transparency issues that force us to say not to exempt blanketly, but go and disclose it somewhere so that there should be accountability. That was the rationale that was that prompted us to take that route. But let me say, part of the difficulty, which we understand, and Honorable Abrams kind of captured it, is the toxic environment what is surrounding Eskom, which sometimes may cloud the substantive issues. Let me just say, Honorable Mhlangwini says, no, we're hiding certain politicians, which are reverted. Interesting enough, some of my colleagues, one of them said, oh, are you hiding the rater? And Minister Gele said, oh, are you exempting my criminals from prosecution, from me arresting them? So it's clouded. I'm citing that these examples to say it's an example where Eskom is an interest. And sometimes, therefore, the substantive issues we're trying to deal with are clouded by these issues. What lessons have we learned? We, as Treasury, like all transversal departments, they've got to make exemption on a day-to-day basis, whether it's a section 54, section 92, section this or that or that. Precisely because section 92 gives us the powers to make secondary legislation in the form of regulation. But what are the lessons that we have learned, which we must accept? And this one is, in particular case, is in a case in point. When we published the regulations on procurement regulation, somebody tweeted, "We don't want to kill the," and everybody ran with it, with that thing. And with hindsight, we said we should have said this is likely to happen. We should have been preemptive in the communication. And I think even in this particular matter, we accept, as Honorable Hlengwa is saying, we should have been preemptive in the consultative process and the communication. We acknowledge those issues. Those are lessons we're learning in the process, that not everything we see it as technical has got, some of them have got serious political and implications. So those are lessons that we have learned in some of these things, which the criticism that has been raised by honorable members, some of them are legitimate and you accept. Insofar as the AG is concerned, you must have said that we've had detailed and extensive consultation on the Transnet matter. In my interaction with her was that even in this one, they are quite comfortable, but the problem is the consultation was not as extensive as it was in Transnet. They would like us to further, with her team, they've looked at other things, because Transnet is Eskom is a different animal than Transnet. There are further details they would like to explore. We accepted that proposition from the AG. There's absolutely no conflict between ourselves and the AG. Eskom is complicated in the sense that although we made the same provision for Transnet, Transnet didn't have any state guarantees. And therefore, our exposure to Transnet is not at the same as our exposure to Eskom is not at the same as Transnet. We face a serious risk in Eskom in the case of all these covenants we're talking about, which may come back and haunt the fiscals, and people coming to us, oh, we must give Eskom to pay money for diesel, all of these things. There's a risk for the fiscals. There's no intention on our part to hide any corrupt activity. In fact, we would like the law enforcement agency to move with speed in dealing with those issues. I must confirm that what Dr. Peters said about the unbundling, that process is in motion. Is not going to be undermined. Are there any timetables? Yes, because Eskom, by the time they submit their financial statement by the end of May, we should have found some solution to this question. We should have found some solution to this question. We will then be consulting with the AG again, deepening an extensive consultation with them, extensive consultation with the Deloitte, who are auditors of Eskom, and would welcome, and given the fact that we've made circulated a detailed presentation, welcome any comments or submission which will help us to achieve two objectives. We'll have two objectives: to ensure Eskom balance sheet is sound. On one hand, to ensure there's accountability, transparency, and consequence management. That's the framework we would like to be helped by the honorable members to achieve. That's where our strategic trust is going. We would like the honorable members to help us in that direction. We also appreciate and thank you for taking your time from your constituency work and come to this meeting. I want to assure honourable members that it's not our intention whatsoever to undermine the supreme authority of oversight of Parliament. We will cooperate with Parliament in achieving this objective. As I've said, our project is to achieve those two dual objectives. We would like to help to achieve those dual objectives by any means. But thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thanks, Minister and your team. Before I conclude, I see two hands here in the platform. Honorable Somio, Honorable Mente, and Dr. George. In that order. Honorable Somio.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to the Minister and his team. I raised my hand in the first instance because I was a bit disturbed by the fact that the Minister's executive team, in taking us through, they would have made emphasis on the consultation with the Auditor General, something which after I saw the correspondence, I personally spoke with the AG on the matter. And I spoke to her knowing very well that he is currently not auditing Eskom. The auditors of Eskom are Deloitte. And the correspondence by the Minister to the chairperson of the board makes reference to the fact that the Auditor General would have been consulted in this instance. I've saved myself to speak on the matter as I do now, because several members of the executive have spoken on the matter as if the AG has been taken on point by point on the matter, while the Minister gets into the actual suspension of the matter based on further consultations with the Auditor General, something which I somewhat accept and probably agree 100% with the Minister in terms of taking forward this kind of a process. So I think the executive must refrain from such attempts to want to equate the extensive consultation which took place between the Auditor General at the time when the Transnet matter did arise, because the AG at the time was auditing the books of Transnet. And therefore the extent would differ, even the motive would have been pushed to that angle in a sense. So in this regard, far less of that consultation has taken place, if ever took place. But I give it to the Minister that he has committed himself to make such consultations going forward. That's a matter which I wanted to somewhat to speak on in as far as this instance is concerned. So the justification of arriving at such decision should not be somewhat be equated. It's a different ball game altogether when you speak with the Transnet situation. I could speak differently, as I say, in a Transnet situation than it is the case with the Eskom situation, which I don't agree with. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Somio, Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Chairperson. As a member of Auditor General Standing Committee, yes, I'm covered by Honorable Somio. However, I want to check also with the Minister where Deloitte is concerned and the collaboration with the Auditor General. What is the status of Auditor General and Deloitte where Eskom is concerned at the current juncture? And when are we going to deal with the matters of Deloitte at Eskom? Because we know there's been credibility issues with private auditing firms. And if there is anything from that angle in terms of getting AG to completely deal with the affairs of Eskom. But then number two, there's an interesting response we're being provided with that on the letter of Eskom is defined clearly, the paragraph 4, on what matters they would like to be disclosing on matters of criminality and so forth. And interestingly, all other matters must go to the broader annual report. Interestingly, how are they going to measure these? Because in most cases, transactions of government are picked up at the level of audit. And now we're told, no, we will sift these ones from these ones. What is this tool they are going to use in real time during the expenditure to pick up such? And who are they going to be reporting? Because we know very well. Earlier on, I indicated on companies, some of them is ABB, that received money without delivering services, which to date, we have to spend money of the state to collect from people who were given money. People inflate prices. And the issue of irregular expenditure, there is one item that is very problematic, that of which services have been provided. And if services are provided, therefore, we cannot say the matter is irregular. Meantime, a bottle of water, which could have cost us 20 Rand, has been sold to the state for 100 Rand. And we get told services were provided. And that because it's not now criminal, services were provided. Which tool are we going to use to make sure that criminal transactions are reported? Because now we are creating a law that is not there, Minister. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Mente. Honorable Dr. George.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the answers to the questions. I just have a follow-up question or two for clarity. The first one was on the rating agencies. My colleague Alf Lees, Honorable Alf Lees, asked the question about the rating agencies. But the question was more about whether the rating agencies, there had been a discussion with the rating agencies regarding the withdrawal of that exemption. So the question, crisply, as he put it, was, did they make contact with the Treasury to express their unhappiness at this exemption? That's the question. And that's an important question. And then also, just to be clear, so I'm clear in my own head, is this exemption off the table? And when will it be withdrawn? So when will the withdrawal be gazetted? Because that is important. It is no secret that I've drafted court papers, and if it comes back, we will go to court. So I want to be clear that it's actually off the table and that the gazette, there will be a gazette withdrawing it. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Honorable Nkwankwa.
Chairperson, thank you very much. From what I hear from the colleagues from Treasury, is that what they have done, what they are attempting to do, is merely a makeshift or an improvisation, if you like, a stopgap of some kind, because of the challenges with how irregular expenditure in particular is labeled or tagged. Aren't we addressing then a symptom instead of a problem? Where if how it's defined, the labeling of irregular expenditure per se should be dealt with so that it's clearer and it communicates that which government wants to communicate around irregular expenditure, so that we don't find our ways having to play fancy footwork in order to try and avoid what it seeks to communicate. So is there no process that we can undertake to address that gap? I think this thing of using stop gaps and improvisation creates all manner of problems. The second issue is we acknowledge and appreciate the input from National Treasury in particular by saying they're open to accountability. They're not trying to avoid or even undermine or subvert checks and balances on the executive. We appreciate that, Minister. But the question then I want to pose again goes back to that section 92, where I said therein lies the problem. Because it seems that although this is a very important, it's a serious step to exempt an entity for any matter that has to do with the PFMA. Why then are we not creating or making it sure that Parliament as an institution that oversees these bodies, that oversees these entities and even the executive, forms an integral part of the consultation process, and that is formalized? Why am I making that point? It should not be easy to come to Parliament and say we need funds appropriated for these institutions for bailouts when they have financial challenges. But when they are not able, for whatever reasons, to report on how they use that money, we actually bypass and sideline Parliament. And Parliament sees that via letters sent and the Gazette when these matters are being gazetted. I think there's a gap there which we need to address. Minister, I don't think some of the responses from your team actually helped your cause. The submission, for example, where one of your colleagues was saying the intention was to make sure that wasteful expenditure not involved in criminal activities not included there. It sends out the wrong message to say that now Treasury is trying to adopt cavalier attitude towards how state monies are being spent, because wasteful expenditure is wasteful expenditure, whether there's a criminal activity involved in it or not. She also admitted that the lines are usually blurred. The separation between the two is usually difficult until proper investigation has been done. I put it to you that at the beginning of the process, when you are making your setting the scene and making your preliminary remarks, you did indicate that among many things, it was to make sure that Eskom is able to go to the markets and borrow money and is therefore not negatively affected by this issue. But one of your colleagues says Eskom does not intend to borrow money or new loans over there. So there's a contradiction there, which we think needs to be addressed. But also remember, if you are in the industry, there's borrowing money and there's drawing down on existing facilities, which is exactly the same, because you're still extending your debt book and so on. So I want to say that I appreciate what has been said, but you still need to tighten up. We still need to tighten this thing up and make sure that it's done properly for the intentions and the purposes for which the strategy was adopted, but involving Parliament in the process. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Nkwankwa. Honorable Shangwa.
Thanks, Chair. I know that we had, in a way, anticipated to be short in light of the exemption being withdrawn, but it's the answers that are causing a problem, because the answers suggest that the exemption is not withdrawn. In fact, right now it's being justified, it's being clarified, and its intentions, rightly or wrongly, are being stipulated. So I'm not certain as to whether the status of the exemption can be categorized as withdrawn at this point in time, judging by what has been said. We have been given even theoretical lessons in terms of borrowed experience and all sorts of other lectures that have gone on. They've complicated the matter, and I'm not convinced, Chair, that the exemption is withdrawn. But I think more directly then it goes to the minister, and what Dr. George has said becomes imperative. And it goes to what I asked earlier on. What is the status of the for now? Does it mean that the minister will issue a notice in the Gazette withdrawing? Or does it merely mean that the implementation will be deferred or delayed for a later stage. I think that clarity is important because the language which is coming out from the National Treasury team is of an exemption that is on the table, explained, and that it's in place. What's at play is whether right now it's got force and effect. So I think that clarity is important, Minister, categorically. And if it's being withdrawn, when is it being withdrawn? And I ask again, is the intention to bring it back there? That's point number one. The second point, Chair, we've engaged with the AG, right? And the AG says to us, it is worth noting that the AG was not consulted in the decision to grant this exemption and the formulation of the related conditions. So, but judging by what Treasury is saying, they say that they've engaged. So can they provide us in writing when these engagements took place and with whom at AG did they talk to, so that there's clarity on that particular point. The second to last one, Chairperson, I suppose this goes to a long-standing matter which the AG itself is aware of, and all of us are, obviously. The transition of winning SOEs of private auditors and to be audited by the Auditor General. Because the Auditor General is a public entity, as opposed to the private interests which exist in these auditors. And this is not to cast aspersions, but hindsight is the best side. There have been times when we have not received any joy from these private company-based auditors. So I think that roadmap is important from the AG, and I think the Standing Committee on the AG must assist us here on the development of a roadmap, and for the AG to indicate exactly when the AG intends on taking over the audit of Eskom. This matter has been on the table for far too long. It's almost 5 years plus old now, and we keep on saying the same thing over and over again. It's becoming unacceptable, the fact that it's being a prolonged delay, and seemingly the necessary interventions or transitional interventions required for it are being actually followed through. So the AG in itself must clarify for us when they intend on that. It's got material bearing on the audit processes as we know them. The final point, Chairperson, is around the consultation process that the minister indicates was done, including but not limited to private legal experts. Can we be furnished with exactly who was consulted on this decision, so that we can be able to gauge as to whether the consultation process was adequate, in light of the fact that so many say that they have not been actually consulted, because it goes then to the heart of the issue that Honorable Nkwankwa has raised, insofar as regulations around the implementation of Section 92 of the PFMA. Thanks, Co-Chairperson.
Chairperson Mlenzana here, would you allow me to call order?
Okay, order.
Yes, thanks, Chairperson. I'm raising order in the sense that I had assumed that ourselves, we have raised the issue and the minister has actually responded. Two, we know what we normally do when we are not fully, happy with the manner in which the minister and team has responded. But now what I see is the number of hands reopening this and beginning now to dig deeper and investigate Treasury and the minister, which I don't think this platform was meant for that. That's my order, Chair. You may call me out of order also, or you may take it. It's up to you. I'm yours, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mnenzan. You are right. The purpose of the meeting was to seek clarity on a matter of public debate or public importance. The minister, in his opening statement, made it clear that the exemption has been withdrawn. And I see the matter, if you are following news, it's all over the news, on the wire, and so on and so on. And I don't think it will be right not to take the minister's word when he said it in the beginning. What the officials and the minister was doing now was to clarify and give the background. I don't understand the minister to be saying that he's giving conditions now, he's not withdrawing. I've never interpreted it in that way. We have asked the minister lots of questions. Him and his team responded to those questions, giving background and the context. But the matter remains that the minister has withdrawn. And I don't think we should overreach and tell the minister, do this, we want the Gazette now, when I don't think that is the oversight role that we have to play. He has made a commitment that he will withdraw, and we should allow him to do that and follow the procedure of withdrawing the Gazette without ever supervising him to do so. If he does not do so, we know the platform, how we are going to address the matter with him accordingly. So let's do that properly and move towards the conclusion of this matter. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, my question, Chair, is not going to be on withdrawing or not withdrawing. I'm not satisfied, Chairperson, with the explanation that's been given. And very simply, the reason why I say this, I can understand in the entire explanation response, what I hear is that Treasury is raising concerns about Eskom, rightfully so. That Eskom finds itself in a situation, they've had bailouts, they need to be brought back in order and some financial stability. What they have not explained, how is this process of exemption, if in their own words it said it's not an attempt to hide anything or misrepresent, how then is it we would have helped Eskom? And the second and very important point that I want to make, this is National Treasury, the custodians of the funds and the assets of this country. If National Treasury finds themselves in a situation wanting to enforce mechanisms for misrepresentation by an entity to lenders, then it raises a serious question about the integrity of Treasury. They should be protecting it, not encouraging it. And this, in my understanding, is an attempt to misrepresent to financial institutions. Now, Chairperson, look at the contradiction. On the one hand, this thing was put in place so that they can go to the open market and they can go and borrow. And because if it appears on the financial statements, lenders, of course, are going to pose as a serious risk and perhaps not provide the funding. But at the same time, we are hearing that they're not going to be borrowing for the next 3 years. Then what was the purpose to put this in process right now? So, Chairperson, I just want to say we're not satisfied with the explanation. Treasury needs to tell us more eventually, if not today. But more importantly, they need to understand their role and responsibility in protecting the fiscus, not creating avenues for corruption and looting and mismanagement, which is what they're doing by having introduced this. But the fact that they are withdrawing it, I welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable Kachalia, then lastly, Honorable Tyson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in respect of Transnet's exemption, the structure of the gazetted announcement, the rationale and intent was to enable, as I understand it, the raising of capital. Now, the same applies to the to the gazetted, now withdrawn gazette in respect of Eskom. But the Treasury says, additionally in their response, that Eskom has no plans to borrow. Well, I'm at a loss here to understand how is Eskom going to finance the fixes that are sorely needed, especially since their cash cover for interest payments is insufficient, even after the government has taken a chunk of their debt off their balance sheet. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. This is all over the place. I'm at a loss here. I need some answers. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Kaiso, then
No,
Honorable.
thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think we need to be fair as well as we treat this matter, because now we seem to be going all over this, moving all over the world. Because the subject, as you said, that brought us here, it was all about this gazette today, and ultimate objective, we have reached it. So the minister has confirmed as to what is he's going to do, withdrawing this gazette. So I think that objective we have dealt with. Now, seemingly we are going to, will end up causing a situation where there's a confusion as to what we were trying to discuss and reach as an objective of this meeting. So I'm trying to say, if members, there are new proposals based on what has happened, they need to be proposed in future meetings and future platforms. It must be said, rather than bringing or creating a level of discombobulation in this meeting. So I want to play that we really wrap it this meeting with your permission. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. Honorable Minister, over to you. Respond to those questions so that we can move towards conclusion.
Sorry,
Minister.
Yes, not the Accountant General and Dr. Peterson to respond to some of the issues before I conclude. And your rating agencies and that stuff.
Thank you, Minister. Three, Honourable Chair, there was questions raised around the role of the Auditor General around the appointment of some of the private sector audit firms. That part of it, it's regulated under the Public Audit Act, and the Auditor General uses one of the provisions there. If I can recall it, Section 4.3 of the Public Audit Act, where they would then consider instances where private auditors can then do and complete the audit for those state-owned companies. So there is a process that the Auditor General follows in coming to that conclusion. There was also questions around real-time audits of some of the criminal aspects. We've seen the value of some of those real-time audits during the COVID period, and that's something that can be raised with the Auditor General or even with the auditors of Eskom on how that can be implemented within a framework that allows management to actively deal with some of those matters. There was, I think Honourable Slingworth raised a very similar point, but once again, that part of it, it's regulated by the Public Audit Act, which the Auditor General has full and complete oversight and control on that matter. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah. Thanks, Minister. Chair, just on the question around the rating agencies, as we said, there have been no discussions with rating agencies on this matter. So the question is, have they reached out to us to request information? No. This has not been discussed at all with any of the rating agencies. It has not come up at all with them. And just to maybe provide some additional color on the borrowing issue. As we've said before, Eskom has no plans to borrow over the next 3 years. However, because it's a complex entity and because its environment is complex, the wording that we put in Annexure W3 of the budget review was that Eskom is not allowed to borrow without the permission of the Minister of Finance. So should circumstances force Eskom into a situation where they have to borrow, they would need the Minister of Finance's permission for that. But beyond that, honorable members, the key issue is that Eskom still has extensive debt with lenders as we speak. And that debt is also implicated by this particular exemption process because should covenants of that existing debt be triggered, that will likely have a fiscal consequence, both in terms of the cost of borrowing, but also to the point the DG made earlier, in terms of potential additional bailouts required for Eskom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say, Honorable Somyo, in my opening remarks, I said one of the key things that persuaded me to withdraw was my interaction with the AG, on the basis that the extensive consultation we did with them on Transnet was not done in these particular circumstances. We needed a better extensive consultation. And I accept your point. Honorable Nkwankwa, your points are quite correct. We need to deal with the issue of irregular expenditure. Part of that process, and you have asked us a succinct question, what is the process? And that process we're engaging in is the PFMA reform. And we will take that into account as we deal with the PFMA reform. We accept your point that part of the stakeholders, particularly, as I said in my closing remarks today, I said, we've learned a couple of lessons. It's not possible for each and every exemption to have a consultative process. I've said that, but the lessons we've learned is that there are certain exemptions where, because of their nature and their political sensitivity, it may be necessary to take the consultative process. And I'm taking your caution on that, including Parliament. Therefore, we want to tighten up, as you have said, we accept that. To the point raised by both Honorable George and Sengo, as to whether we are withdrawing, we must confirm the withdrawal. Yes, I'm confirming the withdrawal. By tomorrow, we'll have a gazette withdrawing the current one. That I can confirm. The other confirmation I want to do is that we definitely come back. It would be then, I would advise Honorable George not to go to court, to give us a submission of how to make this balance, which I've said, achieve this fiscal sustainability we're talking about, and Eskom's balance sheet, and at the same time, deal with accountability and transparency and so on. We would welcome your views on that, Honorable George. So, but we thank you. We'll do this consultation. We've said so. We would welcome any views in the process. As I've indicated, Eskom's statements will be submitted for audit by the end of May, and we think we should have tightened up all the processes by the end of May. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Thanks, colleagues. Let me also indicate that on more than 2 occasions, while debating the fiscal framework report, Parliament has taken a decision that the SOEs, because the issue of the SOEs is not for the first time that it comes on board, should come out with clear, achievable turnaround plans, of which I think even Eskom does have that plan. And in doing our oversight as a SCOF and other committees, we'll also want to have a view of that plan from Eskom. Above that, Parliament has also discussed and emphasized the importance of risk management strategy. And I hope that Eskom does have that risk management strategy to be effective, to provide for certainty and confidence to business, investors, and credit rating agencies. So it's not the first time that Parliament has discussed this. If you go back to fiscal framework reports that have been presented by SCOF and other committees, the issue of accountability of SOEs has been overemphasized. And the plans that I'm talking about, I hope they are in place, including the audit action plans. Last week, we spent 2 days at National Treasury in Pretoria, meeting many of the entities that report to National Treasury to deal with the issue of audit action plans as they've committed themselves after the audit outcome from the Auditor General, that this is how they are correcting the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General. And let me also indicate that the Auditor General has issued what they call a national government accountability ecosystem, which all the departments and the entities are supposed to follow in terms of accountability. I hope, if you remember, Momo, last week, when we met you, we indicated to you that you should go further because you indicated other levels which are not there in the Auditor General's action ecosystem. You should go further as National Treasurer and indicate all the stations and how they are responsible for making sure that they fit into that ecosystem. So that ecosystem applies to all organs of state, be it departments and all the entities. So, and I believe and I know that Eskom is an organ of state. Either the Auditor General has appointed Deloitte or whosoever to do the auditing. It does not mean that they are a private company. They are a state entity, and they should comply in terms of the standard that has been set by the Auditor General of South Africa, because that is the authority in terms of the Constitution of the Republic on all entities and departments accounting. So let us be clear that we will continue to play oversight to make sure that all entities have got risk management strategies, they've got turnaround plans, they've got audit action plans, and they stick to the national government accountability ecosystem as it has been designed by the Auditor General. And lastly, we acknowledge the decision taken by the Minister to withdraw the exemption. We are not going to qualify it by saying for now or for when. The decision as of now is that the exemption has been withdrawn. If ever there will be further engagement in the future, we'll deal with that when we come to that. Thanks very much, honorable members, honorable Minister and the National Treasury team, to the support teams of Parliament, all the divisions in Parliament, the media, and the public at large. Thanks for participating in this engagement. This was a matter of national importance. That's why it took us so long, honorable members. Thank you very much. The meeting is closed.